Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Amityville Union Free School District Board of Education meeting. Today is April 22nd, 2025, and I'm calling the meeting to order now at 5:35 p.m. Present at the meeting is myself, President Lisa Johnson, trustees Chris Nairn, Caroline Fanning, and Winnie Canestro. It is anticipated that trustee Leslie Kretz will be arriving, as well as second vice president Megan Bestman. Carol Seahawk will be absent tonight. Also present at the meeting is our superintendent, Dr. Gina Talbot, our assistant superintendent for finance and operations, Ms. Libby Watsey, our assistant superintendent for human resources, Dr. Bridget Wade, and our assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction, Ms. Mary Stevens. And it's also anticipated that legal, John Sheen, will be arriving roughly about 5:45. At this time, at 5:36, can I have a motion to go into executive session for advice from counsel, negotiation updates, and updates regarding Honeywell.
Move it.
Second.
Winnie Canestro is first, Chris Nairn is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Thank you for joining us. We'll resume open roughly around 7:30.
Please note the emergency exit closest to you, and there's no smoking on school grounds. Kindly silence your cell phones during the business of the board and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. At this point in time, we're going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Talbot.
I would ask if Ms. Stevens would join me here. Good evening once again to our Board of Education, to our colleagues, and to our community for joining us on this evening. As a part of our initiative to improve the culture and climate throughout the district and to give proper recognition for those who are going above and beyond, we are celebrating various students, scholars, and staff who have been recognized in their respective buildings as Student Scholar of the Month and Staff Member of the Month. We're very proud of the extra efforts that you're putting forward to help Amityville to shine brightly. At this time, Ms. Stevens is going to call and recognize them by name. And when your name is called, please come forward to accept an acknowledgement from your superintendent and Board of Education.
Thank you, Dr. Talbot. It's my pleasure to welcome and celebrate our students, Claudia Poesi Gutierrez. Valentina Gonzalez Garcia. Caleb Magnani. Ivana Mendez Oliva. Tiffany Asbell. Tonight, we also welcome and celebrate our staff members. Charlene Wolk. Margaret Brooks. Paul Duguay. William Reed. And Noel Kalura.
Everyone check your certificates because Mr. Duguay must be here somewhere. We're going to ask the board if they would come forward to take a picture with our honorees on tonight. And Mr. Paul Duguay, here it is. President Johnson, shall I continue with the report or?
No, I'd have to just ask the Board of Education, do they want to amend the agenda to move the superintendent report up at this point in time? Or wait until the end? So does the board want to amend the agenda to move the superintendent report up now?
I'm okay.
Me too.
I mean, I think we have a lot to get through. I think I'd like to stick to the agenda. I'm inclined to stick to the agenda.
Okay.
I would rather stick to the agenda.
Okay. So go
Okay,
ahead.
so at this time, we are going to switch PowerPoints and we're going to move to the CBAC, if I'm correct. Okay. Yes, so the CBAC will be presented via Zoom through Misha. And if Ms. Buati would come forward and acknowledge. Or is that what you're going to do, Ms. Ward? Oh, very good. All right, so we have Ms. Ward here from the CBAC who's going to represent.
Thank you.
My name is Kathy Ward. I'm a member of the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. There are other members of the committee that are here in the audience tonight as well. To the Board of Education, the administration, and the community members that are here. The CBAC was created by the Board of Education in response to the precarious financial situation the district found itself in at the beginning of the year and continues to find itself in. While we were charged with making financial recommendations to the Board of Education, we find ourselves unable to make specific recommendations that would directly affect the 2025-2026 budget due to a lack of financial information provided, particularly regarding anticipated state aid, which made it challenging for the committee to delve into more targeted suggestions. For example, one thought was to start with the 2024-2025 approved budget amount and add to that required, and mandated expenses such as increases in health insurance, contractual obligations, bond payments, and special education costs, as well as others, and compare that to the tax cap projections for 2025-2026, and determine what, if anything, was available for other items. Some of that information related to contracts, etc., is outside of our purview, and other numbers were not available as the budget process was under development during our first few meetings, and the fact that the state budget numbers have not as yet been approved. As such, the committee has provided broader recommendations for the Board of Education to consider as part of the budgetary process moving forward. As a committee, we have not seen the budget that will be presented to the Board of Education this evening, and therefore our recommendations do not reflect an endorsement nor a condemnation of this evening's budget process, but an overall commentary on how the budgetary process should evolve moving forward. We would like to take this opportunity to express our thanks to Ms. Buatsi and the administrative teams that she assembled to assist us, providing information and clarification in various topic areas. We hope to continue to work with the district in future budget cycles, both in enacting these larger scale goals, but also to be able to contribute to budget recommendations on a line-by-line basis. Our committee co-chair, Misha Ankudavich, will now take you through the presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry?
I just want you to know Misha was planning to come down, but unfortunately, one of his professors decided to swap his exam date. So he's not able to join us in person from Boston. So he's right there with Northeastern University, and he will be projecting from there.
Yeah, are we good to go? Awesome. All righty. Well, can you hear me all right? All good? Awesome. Alrighty. So thank you all for letting us speak to you tonight. As Olivia mentioned, my name is Misha. I had the pleasure to co-chair the Citizen Budget Advisory Committee this last 5 or 6 months with Olivia. And here we're going to talk to you all about the things that we found, kind of our process, and what we've been working on. So again, kind of just thinking about the presentation, how we go through it, starting with just kind of who we are, what we've worked on, why we are here, what we've done, and then eventually like the meat of the presentation is what are our final suggestions for the district going forward. And keeping all in mind through that process, just why we're created, was just to provide oversight and recommendations financially for the Amityville Board of Education, especially as it relates to the budgets. So starting with us, obviously met Ms. Buatsi and myself. We also had a lot of help from the district's former consultant, Carl Frazier. as well as all the amazing members of the committee who were approved by the board earlier in the year. It was also all thank you to just the sessions and info that was given to us by just many people around the district, either on Zoom or in person. We had a lot of help and just a lot of information shared between different, again, just getting people around the district, administrators, just telling us about their budget. So kind of on the bottom, we met a lot starting in November, obviously up until yesterday, we were meeting as well. So, kind of a lot of ways throughout the budget process, a lot of different times. We started meeting before there was even like a budget to talk about, just to kind of get an understanding of, what's happening. And so we could kind of make some better recommendations. So again, kind of the mission of the committee as defined when it was created was just to analyze a working draft of the budget for this upcoming school year, liaise with administrators from across the district in areas such as special education, business office, just to understand kind of the reason behind budget line items and just the overall situation around us. And then ultimately recommend a plan of action for the budget and just general school policy, which we kind of kept these three things in mind, that just balances the educational needs of all the students, meets the expectations of residents and taxpayers, and also does not exceed the district's fiscal ability. So kind of going through how we did that, kind of what I said earlier, we kind of understood the situation, just did a lot of reading and talking about kind of just the broader situation the school finds itself in, whether through like the previous financial audited reports, the Stonebridge report, just kind of, again, looking at a lot of different things to just, again, learn more about the district and the financial situation that we are in. We also looked at a lot of different, or some different drafts kind of as the 2025-2026 budget evolved, and kind of talked to people around the district about kind of the parts that make up that budget, kind of tried to understand that. And ultimately that allowed us to, at the end, and why we're here today, is to just make a long-term recommendation about the budget and just, again, general policies going forward. As I believe Kathleen has mentioned before I got on, because there's just a lot of uncertainties, we're not here to tell you yes, no about the budget in front of you, but we're here to tell you about kind of what we've seen, what we've talked about, and kind of the important things we think the school and the district should take in mind going forward in the budget process. And those recommendations fall into these three larger categories, and I'm just going to go right into the first one. So financial sustainability and efficiency. Naturally, being a budget committee, this was kind of where a lot of our effort, a lot of our discussions focused, and it is kind of the longest slide. And just kind of going down the list, starting with that first one, I feel like and we all agree, like during our discussions, there was some confusion even amongst ourselves about like what was contractually mandated, what was optional discretionary spending, what do we have to spend, and we look fondly upon, in future budget years, to where accessible, where possible by law, just kind of sharing, making it very clear about, the difference between what is contractually obligated, what is that more discretionary spending. We would call for that. We also, another kind of large thing that we discussed throughout our committee meetings is just the large and seemingly expanding cost of transportation. And obviously we don't, again, have the answers necessarily to this, but we kind of did some preliminary investigations of just thinking about what it would look like to have the district purchase, operate, and maintain an in-district transportation partner rather than outsourcing it. Again, not to say that should happen tomorrow, and it won't, but just saying that, is that an option to pursue? And it'd be really interesting, and I would think good to just have that option available, just to see the costs and benefits of it. We also believe the district should just take a more active stance in ensuring that enrollment projections and current registrations are accurate. So whether that mean, again, kind of two parts of that is one, just the projection of just kind of being, having a more accurate just projection of students coming in, what we expect those numbers to be year over year. Obviously there are, different things that happen, different events, but just kind of having a better idea of that, just to, kind of be able to fund things a little bit more efficiently and accurately. And on that same route, just having students you register every year. So every year, just making sure that students, they're, accounted for and accurately accounted for, and also making sure each year that a student is in Amityville, and make sure that they've approved for residency. And again, just ensuring that obviously our goal is to make sure that all Amityville students are educated and to make sure that all of our resources can go to educating those students. Kind of in that same vein of making this the most efficient use of our resources is utilizing state aid and BOCES aidable services basically wherever they can. If a service can or is or cannot and can be claimed through the state or through some other grant or service, it should be. Like for example, like anything that can be covered through Medicaid, the district should take a very active stance and just making sure that we are getting the money that we can, the money that is owed to us wherever possible. Kind of like as an asterisk to that point, just making sure that obviously we want all the money that we can get, making sure we use it in ways that are sustainable. Just again, making sure that if it is like, for example, a non-recurring grant, it is not used for recurring things. Just again, making sure that yes, we're using all the money we can. Yes, we're getting all the money that we can. We're also using that responsibly, as we can. And kind of what this all leads up to, and just kind of the idea of like being fiscally responsible, is with the goal in mind of increasing our unassigned fund balance within the kind of 4% limit, or much closer to that 4% limit, rather than the lower 1.12% we're at currently. Just again, for things that happen, unexpected events, that we have more of a cushion to rely upon internally, rather than having to like always or look for external aid. And then finally, kind of again on that idea of planning ahead, having that plan, is every year developing an iterative infrastructure, or every 3 to 5 years having that just an infrastructure improvement plan that should be adhered to within future budgets. So kind of one way we look at this is like maybe having an annual visual inspection of the buildings, just to kind of know everything that has to be done. Like in a perfect world, obviously it won't get done every single year, but just being able to see that and know, if we have action at the end of the year, or like kind of being able to prioritize projects, kind of in future years, just to know that hopefully as time goes on, that list gets much shorter, and just making sure that our buildings are maintained wherever possible fiscally as events happen, as they degrade, rather than kind of any like larger scale things at the end. Obviously, there are unexpected events, unexpected things that break, this or that, but the hope is that we can just be as on top of it as we can. So moving on to kind of our next of the 3 big points, just, I think centered to everything that Amityville does as a district and as like a school should do as a district, is just making sure that students are successful and kind of prioritizing people, programs, and student success. And naturally, like the first big point is just attracting, retaining quality educational personnel should be like a top priority for the district. And kind of in hand with that, thinking about the programs they do, the programs we apply for, whether it be grant money or just utilizing the budget, we want to make sure that those programs, there's a data-driven approach to the proposition of them and also the evaluation of them. To kind of explain that a little bit more, just like new initiatives should have very clearly defined goals defined by educators, whether it be, increasing these reading scores or proficiency in something, like what a program should be proposed with those clear metrics in mind, and also a timeline for evaluating them. So obviously that's not to say like, oh, everything is a number, but just kind of having some clearer goals and just understanding kind of what makes a successful program is just kind of like we believe clear, and just kind of the way to make sure that just kind of a little bit more transparency, and also like just making sure that our budget is utilized good and is being utilized correctly. And kind of building on that point just slightly, just then the budgetary priorities should align with annual educational goals set forth by the district, and they should reflect their student population composition. Obviously, Amityville is a unique district in our composition and our demographics, and the way that we spend our budget should reflect not only that, but also should reflect educational priorities tailored for those particular populations, to make sure that everybody in our district is as successful as they can be, regardless of anything that their external situations. And then moving on to our last kind of big bullet point is just transparency and community trust, a little bit outside of budget, but kind of tied in there. And I think the first point is just keep doing kind of what we're doing here. I think we all agree that the CBAC is a great step in the right direction, as are the other district advisor groups, whether it be transportation, the legislation, health and safety, and just obviously any others as they come up to be needed, are great steps in the right direction. We think especially for the CBAC, we believe that having a committee that at least partially persists over time will allow us to just have more knowledge, more, just connection to the budgeting process as it goes on. And we believe that probably stands for other committees as well. So I think keeping this up, keeping these committees kind of going throughout the year and just more integrated is very good. And we'd love to see that continue to happen. We'd also love, we had the opportunity, and we're very thankful for the opportunity to have, direct interaction with a lot of people around the district, stakeholders, administrators, who explained to us like, oh, we're asking for this money for this reason, or like, this is why. And I think I can speak from my personal experience that was very useful and very eye-opening to understand, you know, the people involved in the budget. And that's what it is. It's students, it's teachers, it's this or that. Kind of having that personal understanding helped us understand the budget. And it'd be awesome to see the district just expand that outreach just a little broader as well, where they can, would be awesome to see. And kind of moving away, but similar idea of just transparency of, you know, especially like on board of education agendas. I think that taxpayers, voters, everyone should be very aware of, you know, when we make allocations or appointments about what is happening and like where it's coming from. Like, for example, you know, if an appointment is a new teacher or it's a reassignment, where the, you know, out of what budget line is it coming from? We agree that, you know, someone should be able to see the agenda and quickly understand both, you know, where it is coming from, is it within our current budget, and just can very quickly understand kind of that and understand like where their kind of tax dollars, where their budget that they vote upon is going. Yeah. So again, kind of thinking about ending here in a couple of minutes, but yeah, as we mentioned, this has been 4 to 5 months in the making. We have spent a lot of time looking at a lot of things, you know, whether it be pre-K, special education, transportation. I'm not going to do the whole list down, but you know, we looked at a lot of different things, talked to a lot of different people. And these recommendations are not in a vacuum of just things, you know, we really tried to get a very broad understanding of just the climate that the school is in, the district is in, just the understanding of what our budget is in right now, the factors that, you know, touch upon it. And we are looking forward to hopefully being able to use all this knowledge, you know, obviously for this presentation, but also in years future. Just again, this wasn't just random things we threw at a wall. We really, again, got into a lot of different topics and just got a really, I think, holistic understanding of the budget. So in conclusion, and I will leave you kind of with just these 3 points. You know, I think we touched upon this earlier with Kathleen mentioned before I spoke that there is no one-year solution. Obviously we are, you know, the district was in a difficult financial situation, and, you know, obviously the committee put a lot of work, a lot of hours into understanding and to making suggestions and to just, you know, learning about the district and its financial capabilities and responsibilities. But, you know, this is a longer term plan, a longer term needs that have to happen. You know, we assert as a committee, all of us, the importance of an informed community, especially as it relates to budget matters, and that is enabled by transparency on all levels. And we call upon the district to continue that transparency and continue to, again, work with obviously us as the committee, but also just us as a district, as people who are concerned and interested in the district and its well-being. And we look forward to the opportunity to continue to work with everyone in the district in future years to ensure the budget is effective, balanced, and that it meets the needs of all the district stakeholders, students, faculty, parents, everybody. You know, again, we are here for the long term, and we are here hoping to, again, turn us around a little bit, help us make more informed, equitable decisions as we go on into the future. But that is all that I have for you. I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Maybe can the committee members just stand up so we know who the committee members were? Thank you so much. Does the board have anything, I would just like, thank you so much for your willingness to be part of this committee. And I believe that it was very important and instrumental. And I look forward to this committee to continue for next year as well. So thank you for your time on being on the committee. And I'm not too sure what the process will be for next year, but maybe some of you guys will be able to stay on the committee for next year. Any other board members? Chris, go ahead.
First, thank you to the committee for all the work that you've done. I know that you didn't get as much substance in the feedback as you were hoping for, and I hope that the committee continues next year and will hopefully be able to give more insight on next year's budget.
Anyone else?
Thank you to everybody who volunteered. I know that it took time away from your family and you wanted to help the district and the students here and the taxpayers, so I appreciate it. I am concerned that committee members didn't always get the information that they requested. If we, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry. I feel that if we're putting a committee together and the point is to make recommendations or for you to review it, and they feel that they need more information, the information should be more readily available and in a timely response. I also find it concerning that I found throughout this that you didn't see the final budget, which you're the budget committee. I would think that you would have saw the final budget. On the flip side, I think you were also provided things that we weren't necessarily provided. So there was a little bit of a disconnect there. And I think to be more collaborative and to working together, that it's important that you receive the information that you need to help you.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to this with my personal opinion.
We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm going to respond to this with my personal opinion. I think to some extent, the process itself is a little awkward in the respect that there is information that, number one, I stated earlier, we're not privy to. Number two, that traditionally or organizationally, you want to be given that information prior to other people. So let's say, for example, it's January and we have a question about something, but that's not something that's been presented to the board as yet. We will not get that information in January. So I don't think it's a reluctance on anyone's part to include us or give us information. I think it's just the awkwardness of the process of the communication. Okay?
Any other comments, board members?
I also would like to thank everyone for your time and effort put into it. And I'm sure perhaps you wanted to be able to contribute more, and perhaps we at times wanted to receive more. But realistically, it was like the test run, you know, the dry run, test it out, work out the kinks, see what works, what doesn't. And to your point, Ms. Ward, understandable that it might seem out of order for you to receive information before the board, because then the board's wondering, well, how come they got it and not us? Those are things certainly to be worked out, but you got to start somewhere. So there's a start, and that's good and that's positive. What I always get excited about is setting the schedule, setting the calendar. And now, as we hopefully complete this budget cycle, it's already time to start thinking ahead to next year. You know, do you start in September? Do you start recruiting now? But setting a calendar now for the next 12 months so that you can see what about the scheduling is awkward or not, or are we falling behind schedule or not? I think it's got to be an ongoing process, and hopefully every year it gets better. But I'm very grateful for the start of it.
Thank you. Dr. Talbot, I'll give it back to you.
If we could divert for just a moment, I'd like to ask if Claudia Gutierrez has joined us. Claudia, we are so very proud of you. All of these important people sitting up here are so happy to see you tonight, and you are the Student Scholar of the Month. You attend Northeast Elementary School, and you are a shining star. You are so beautiful, and we're so glad that you're helping us to reach our goals. Can we all celebrate Claudia on this evening? Yes. Is her principal here? Dr. Collins? Okay, Claudia, we're going to take a picture with you if Mr. You all let it go. Okay. Too much for her. Celebrate her. You for you. All right, clap her all the way back to her seat. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you so much for bringing her out to join us on this evening. At this time, we would like to just share a few remarks with you regarding our budget presentation, which is next. Back in February, we presented an initial budget proposal of $124 million. Since then, once again, through thoughtful collaborations, strategic adjustments, and some difficult decisions, we have worked to align our spending with our priorities and fiscal realities. We are now putting forward a balanced budget totaling $120 million, which is an increase of 2.61% over last year's budget. Throughout this process, our focus has remained on preserving student programming and maintaining all mandated services. We've done our very best to protect what matters most, and that's the experience and supports our student scholars receive every day. It's important to note that the state legislative budget has not yet been finalized. As such, we are moving forward based on the information that we've been able to confirm and that which is currently available to us. We also won't have clarity on the potential $2 million in local funding assistance from our elected officials until after the state budget is closed out. As a result, the reductions required to balance the budget are included in tonight's proposal. These adjustments, while difficult, reflect our responsibility to put forward a balanced and sustainable financial plan under the circumstances. I want to extend my sincere thanks to everyone who has contributed to this process, our board members, our administrators, our staff, our CBAC, and community members. Budget development is never easy, but your input and collaboration have been essential. We invite everyone to join us for the public budget hearing on May 7th. We look forward to sharing more and hearing from you at that time. At this point, I will turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent for Business, Ms. Olivia Buatsi, who will walk us through the details of the proposed budget.
Thank you very much, Dr. Talbot. It's been a challenging process, especially when you get to this point and you still don't have the stated figures. State aid makes up about 40% of our budget, so it is crucial that we get all that information. But we are not alone this year, and hopefully we wouldn't go to August. It happened years ago when Mario Cuomo was governor of the state of New York. We didn't get our state aid figures until August that year, but I hope that doesn't happen. But we went through this process judiciously. Initially, like Dr. Talbot alluded to, we started with a budget of $124 million. Our first cut on March 26 was $2.3 million. That was followed by another $719,000. And then now we are looking at a cut of $1,046,000. At the same time that we are cutting on the expense side, you would see that we are also bringing in a little more revenue at all times. And in fact, if you look at the bottom of this presentation, you would see that we are applying a significant amount of money from our fund balance with the anticipation that if we receive the additional $2 million from our local elected representative, we will go back and reinstate some of the programs that were eliminated during this process. And so what are the areas that we are looking at on the expense side? And these are mainly new positions. So we do not anticipating accessing any staff at this point. We are planning on eliminating one social worker, one FTE clerical with benefit through attrition, one elementary position incoming third grade. We hope that if somebody leaves, we'll replace it with this position. Over time, district-wide, we are looking at it critically, and we will cut about half of that. But some of these essential services, when needed, will be reinstated. Instructional supplies will look at it. We budgeted 2 seats, students who will be going to Long Island High School for the Arts. Right now, we have only 1 student enrolled, so we are looking at cutting 1 FTE, 1 student. We are also planning on eliminating 1 FTE school psychologist. That's also a new position. And we are planning to reduce 1 FTE science at the high school due to lower enrollment and course selection. We are planning to move 2 FTE ENL teachers to title grant. This is just a shift. And then we are planning to eliminate the 4th-year mentor program in the district. So that will give us a total of $1,046,000. Again, if we get the $2 million, we'll go back to relook at all these cuts that I have identified. And then we know that at this point that we'll be getting about roughly $3.7 million in fund balance this year. What we are trying to do is to apply a total of $2.9 million. Again, it is always risky to apply a huge amount of fund balance in 1 year because you have to make it up the subsequent year. So this is something that we'll look at carefully if we get the $2 million. So next week, 2 weeks from now, we'll be doing the budget hearing. Hopefully, at that time, we will get the state aid figures and we'll get a lot of clarity on where we are going and the exact amount of money that we'll be getting from state aid. Other than that, we are looking at a budget-to-budget increase. Let me go back to the first screen. We are looking at a budget increase of about 2.6% increase if we take out the $2 million that we hope we'll get from our elected officials. If we do get the money again, we'll reinstate most of these programs. So we'll be looking more at 3.5% increase, budget to budget increase. But right now, we are at 2.61% budget to budget increase. And that is the budget that the Board of Education is going to adopt tonight. And that is the property tax report card that the district will also be adopting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Just for one clarification for the, Ms. Watsi, for the taking the money from the fund balance, if I'm looking at it correctly, we will be left with roughly about a little under $1 million.
Yes, at this point.
Right. Does any board members have any questions, any comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just want to confirm the proposed budget reduction all those positions listed would have been new positions,
Most of them are.
except for the attrition
Yes,
position, so
yes.
no one will be losing a job.
Let me clarify that.
Currently, the elementary reduction for third grade would result in someone losing a position, and the full-time science from the high school would result in someone losing a position.
So there'd be two positions in this, okay. The reducing overtime, $150,000, what's the plan to make sure that that happens? Because that seems the least controllable out of all these cuts.
We've been looking at overtime very critically the last 2 years. Some of them are unavoidable, some of them are contractual. But at the same time, we will do our very best to review every overtime request. There has to be a pre-approval process to make sure that the overtime is a must. And that's how we look at it on a global basis.
So there's no guarantee that that 150 will be actually cut. It's just the plan to hopefully reduce
There's
it by
a
that
plan
amount?
to reduce the budget, yes.
Okay. My last question, the one student for the Long Island High School for the Arts, is that just based on the demand, or was that there was nobody else to take that enrollment, or we're just taking away an opportunity for someone to enroll?
So currently, there's one student for this year. There were no students who requested for next year. We had budgeted for 2 for next year, so we left 1 in, but the course selections were finished. So that one is in case we have a transfer student who is already enrolled. So
Okay.
no one was denied an opportunity to enroll.
Okay, thank you.
Leslie, anything at all? Wendy or Megan?
Can I go first? Is that okay? Just because it's building on something that Chris asked. So there was a clarification that there were no positions being cut, but I think the response was directly on the last page of the slide with the additional reductions for the $2 million. Because we already had, if you go back to the beginning of the presentation, $2.3 million worth of cuts, which does include positions. Okay, so that includes all of first and second grade teachers' assistants as an example. I had specifically spent time and put together a spreadsheet and looked at this because this is like, I'm losing sleep over taking all of the teachers' assistants out of first and second grade with the class sizes increasing. And I tried to make recommendations as to how to balance that. And one of them specifically was related to the network engineers. And then it also became aware that maybe, and you're suggesting it here, with regards to another position, like a title grants, can teachers' assistants be funded through Title I money to maintain those positions for first and second grade? And has that been considered?
I would ask that Ms. Stevens weigh in on that. I do want to just make mention that there has been a very thoughtful process around personnel, and those positions that are non-mandated had to be looked at on a deeper level. And could you please elaborate on the class sizes for first and second grade going into next year as well?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but they were maintained in our plans for next year. We did not anticipate an increase in class sizes. And then the Title I, we could include some teaching assistants in a program that we would write if it supported the Title I, but I don't know that we could include all of them, and we would have to specify their role and make sure it aligned with allowable expenses.
Okay. Okay, so I am expressing my opinion as a board trustee here that I really feel strongly that the first and second grade teachers' assistants are needed, although perhaps not mandated with the class sizes of 26. I think there's absolutely a detriment to the education that's being offered for those students.
I
Sis-
will confirm for you, but 26 is not the class size that we anticipate for first and second grade.
Okay, I believe my second grader has 26 kids in his classroom right now. So maybe next year's class is a little bit smaller. There's also other positions that were included in that $2.3 million. Also from elementary grades. So I feel like this budget that's being presented is cutting teachers and cutting special education services, which was also lumped into that $2.3 million. And I'm sort of baffled that later on in this agenda, the Board of Education is being asked to approve CSE recommendations. And we can talk about it later, but it does seem relevant to this budget discussion because there's clearly cuts in services that are being recommended, which are weighing in on our ability to balance the budget. So that's feels concerning to me as well. Chris, you talked about overtime on this last slide again with the additional $2 million. And we already were given overtime cuts in the initial $2.3 million savings. I don't know where all this overtime savings is coming from. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm concerned that we really actually can make all of these adjustments in our expenditures to balance the budget. And on top of it, now we're talking about, using our fund balance, a significant portion of our fund balance, which is one-time money. And it's not clearly explained as to what that money is going to be used for. We just say we're going to use an additional $954,000 of our fund balance, but is it being applied for one-time use expenditures, or is it being applied to maintain staff? Because then we're just kicking the problem down the road, and next year we're going to have less fund balance and more staff to cut, or are we finally going to then talk about what does it cost to operate all of our buildings? Because we've asked over and over again to provide a financial analysis of each building so that we can get a better handle on where some savings in our operating expenses or can be reflected in maybe modified use of space.
So I know there's been a request in terms of doing a assessment of utilization of our buildings. That's something that I believe is going to be done, but it could not have been done for this particular year. So it's something that Dr. Talbot said it's in the process. So it's something that cannot be done for this particular year, but we could definitely look at it. It needs to be looked at for next year, so therefore we can be able to plan accordingly. And some of the cuts that we were talking about, when we look at from what we did before, the first time around the cuts, in terms of there are positions that may be eliminated, but there's not a ton of positions, already too many, but it's not a ton of positions. So it's something that is challenging. And if we don't take from the fund balance, then, and we all know with the fund balance that when you have it for that rainy day. You have it, so therefore, if something happens, then you are able to deal with whatever that something may be. And so if we don't take from the fund balance, that means there would be more cuts that we would have to do. So I do understand what you're saying, Megan, but the concern would be that we don't take it, then there's other things that we would have to, another 950 that we have to take from different locations in order to meet the balance of the budget.
Yes, I completely understand. What I'm saying is, can we please be, reassured that that amount of money is actually being applied to one-time use expenditures, and Because, well, at the same time, I want to take the one-time expenditures out of the budget rather than the teachers. Because we have infrastructure things in here as well that are remaining in the budget. And we're still looking at cutting positions.
Wendy, go.
Yeah. Whatever that sound system was when you did that presentation, I wish it was for everything. That was great. A couple of things with this presentation, we didn't get it till yesterday afternoon. I think it was important for the community just to say that there were cuts on March 26th or April 11th or April 22nd isn't really transparent to people that may be here for the first time, or the community has a right to see all the cuts at once at the meeting. I mean, it's hard even for us to keep up to date. Which list are we looking at? So I think for transparency's sake, that would have been beneficial. We added a lot of stipends. I had asked for how many stipend positions we added, what was the cost, what was the matrix to know how well they worked or not. And I would rather pull back on stipends than cut staff, than cut full-time positions. First-year mentors are the only thing that's mandated by state ed, yet we have second and third-year mentors. We should pull back on that. I did speak to the controller. The controller does not want big amounts of money all at once put into the unassigned fund balance. As long as they see that you're steadily putting into it, they're happy with that. As far as the LISA students, I know you said only one student went. I'd like to know, do students and parents know about this opportunity? How is that shared with students and staff? Because I would hate to see something cut for students.
The guidance department does presentations on the BOCES opportunities for students. So juniors and seniors attend those presentations. There are open houses that are offered by BOCES.
Okay. I have a few other things, sorry. Okay, let me go on to here. With the NISBA operational guidelines, it says that school boards should begin this process in October, where we meet with administrators to review the district goals for the coming year. At this time, the board will invite the community to offer comments of the current budget at a regular meeting or a town hall meeting. The board will offer general parameters for what we want to see, academics, the goals, or anything that we'd like to see in that. That didn't happen. I feel like we've been informed of things. We haven't, necessarily given our ideas up until I would say maybe about January or so, where there have been some of us that have consistently offered ideas, different solutions, things that we'd like to see or not see. And I feel like that wasn't fully embraced. As far as budget, there was a padding in the budget where we said there was $2 million surplus that was going to be applied to the tax levy to bring it down. Here's the thing. That was on the backs of our students. That was to the detriment of their education that we did that. It's nice to have surplus, but not when kids are doing without. So I definitely had an issue with that. I didn't know that we were kind of accumulating that money for that. I would like to see students educated to the maximum. I just want to touch on, hold on a second. Oh, the financial analysis per building. I think the budget committee asked for it. I know we asked for it. If we knew that we were going to have a large gap this year, it should have been ahead of time. I know that I said, why don't we look at Park Avenue North as an option to maybe have as a community center or something else that we could rent out. I know another trustee said it was structurally unsound. I actually got all the building condition surveys from New York State Ed for every single building. There is no building that is structurally unsound. I was really concerned with that because I thought, well, why do we have adults in there? It doesn't matter if it's students or adults. So my point in making this point is that it was viable, that we could have looked into it, but we didn't look into it. So to Megan's point, we're going to keep being in the same situation year after year unless we do something that has a big ticket item. Lastly, I just want to talk about special education. Megan brought this up, about how those approvals later on in the budget does tie into special education. And I have a lot of issues with the special education cuts. There are decisions that are made specifically to transportation on a programmatic basis rather than individual basis. That's a big red flag to me. For special ed teachers cut, I mean, they're big cuts here. It looks like Northeast, maybe a teacher, Northwest, maybe one or two teachers. I don't know these salaries, if it's just one or two. The middle school, the high school, speech teachers at the middle school monitors, one-to-one aides, almost $203,000. How many aides is that? This is special education students that need support. Sometimes children that have classification of disabilities might be in a general education class, but might need that extra support. Let's see what else. There we go. I keep going back to these 3 students that are bringing in, I think the total cost with transportation and tuition is $895,000. I don't think the kids' needs are going to go away. And if there's such high level needs, how are we bringing them back to a district that is cutting aids and cutting support? We have for district-wide OT, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and other supports, we're cutting by $38,000. How is that in the best interest of students to bring them back here? What are we going to offer them that they don't have now? $3.8 million is put aside for special ed placements. Proportionately, we're spending more than our neighbors when sending out of district. How many are these state-approved schools? How many are not state-approved schools? How many are total tuition? How much is transportation? There's just a lot of red flags as far as special education. While I understand the process is difficult, I think there were other areas that could have been cut that would not, I know Megan and I have been extremely vocal about not wanting teachers cut or anything with instruction or the aides. And to me personally, I don't think it's a student first budget from what I could see with the special education cuts and the teacher cuts. To Megan's point, on a previous cut list, I think it said 8 full-time positions, but we weren't told what positions, but I answer to my constituents. I don't know how I would explain that just 8 people are being cut. Some, like I said, with the transportation, I am concerned because if a child needs it and it's in their IEP, they need it, they're entitled to receive the services. And I'm just giving my reasons of why I am concerned with this. And let me just see if there is anything else. I think I covered a lot. Yeah, I don't want to get into too many specifics as not to give anything away for these, protecting the privacy, but I would rather see, like I said, stipends pulled back than seeing positions cut. Thank you.
Carol or Caroline?
I just want to be assured that title grant can sustain all of the teachers that are presently paid via that grant, as well as the 2 that we're going to add. So there is additional, did we get more grant money?
So this would be anticipating the same level of funding because this would be for next year. So
Mhm.
those allocations are not out yet, but if the allocations remain about the same, which we expect, then there would be enough to sustain it.
Okay, very good. And I also just wanted to make a statement. When the $69.9 million bond was passed by the community, there was a committee formed, and I sat on that committee with many other community members, teachers, and whatnot. And there was a study presented by the architects and the engineers who deemed the Park Central building not safe for students. So I just wanted to make sure that the public is aware of that.
All right. I'm coming up last, so a lot has already been said. I'm also concerned about Title I grants being available next year, nationwide politics being what they are. I think it's a lot to count on. I wanted to go back to the fund balance because I think it's a little misleading to say that we're taking $950,000 from the fund balance. We're not taking it from the existing fund balance. What the board learned at this March 1st, I think it was, we are projected to end this year with a $2.4 million actual surplus. So administration's initial plan was to apply all of that surplus to the fund balance. And just as a refresher, 2 years ago in 2022, 2023, we had $680,000 in the unassigned fund balance. So that was 0.7% of our budget. And that was low enough to get us flagged as being under significant fiscal stress by the comptroller. So we wanted to get out of that range. Last year, however, we ended up with, I think it was $1.3 million in the fund balance, bringing us up to 1.1%. So now we're under moderate stress. If we had applied the entirety of the surplus, which we are projected to have, to the fund balance, we will be at 3%. The limit is 4%. So by that metric, it would seem like we're doing great. But we're not doing great because that recovery, the speed of that recovery is only possible because we are cutting so many programs and positions. And it, like, others have said, it's been unclear how many positions are being cut. We wanted to bring positions back because we lost so many people last year. At one point, I thought I counted 28 positions. It's been hard to keep track of what's real, what's not, what's happening through attrition. Even a loss through attrition is a loss to our children because maybe that's higher class sizes or whatever it is. But I was concerned that if we have the surplus, we need to put it back where it serves the kids. And I spent several weeks just talking to CPAs, auditors, and a rep from the comptroller's office to ask, is it okay to apply more, not from the fund balance, but from the surplus to this upcoming budget? And they all agree, as long as your fund balance is moving in a positive direction, you're adding more every year, it's okay to have slow, steady growth. And that is what we need right now because we lost so many people last year. To lose more people now, I don't see a growth in the fund balance as a sign of recovery. I see more losses in the programming and the staff, and I see that as an unraveling. And as a parent, that is very frightening. So 2 weeks ago, I had emailed superintendent and the board to suggest that we apply $2 million from the surplus to the budget and to put $400,000 in the fund balance. Just last night, I found out that they are choosing to put $950,000 from the surplus into the fund balance. I think we can and should apply more because there are still a lot of cuts and we have the money. Even if our fund balance doesn't rebound as fast as some people would like, the scope of the cuts on the table is frightening to me, and I would advocate for much slower growth, including more of the surplus, not the fund balance, the surplus being applied into this year's budget.
Thank you. I was just trying to get clarification on the number that was mentioned about individuals, number of positions. And I apologize because I was listening to what Caroline was saying, but just confirming because some of the information that I have is not consistent with what was mentioned earlier in terms of number of positions that were going to be lost. So I was just trying to clarify that number because my number is different than what was mentioned. So that was what was happening over here as Caroline was talking. Because what I'm looking at here, I have you want to say what you say, Dr. Summer? Go ahead.
So just to clarify, and of course, I asked the team to chime in to make sure we can clear up whatever disparities may exist. Any mandated positions that have been eliminated are eliminated because there is not a mandated need. So if there is a 1-to-1 aide listed, that means there's not a child assigned to that aide for next year. The psychologist position is a new position that has not yet been filled, but that we have been carrying in the budget in hopes to be able to keep the position. So there are no special ed positions that are mandated for next year that have been cut in the budget. There are minimal positions that have been cut in the budget, and those positions are due to lower enrollment in terms of certificated staff. So going into the science class, the course selections have been completed. The enrollment for that particular course is low. And when we were looking at staffing, there's not a justification to have a staff on site who does not have a full teaching load. And of course, I asked Ms. Stevens or Ms. Buatsi to weigh in so that we can clarify, so that we'll make sure everyone has the proper understanding of what we're looking at in the budget.
Can I weigh in on the,
Yeah, go ahead, Megan.
so Lisa, I think last time, our last meeting was the first time we were presented with the proposed reduction of $2 million. There was 8 full-time equivalents listed. This time around, they're not listed. It just says we're going to use $954,000 from our surplus in Caroline's terms, or fund balance.
So the $2 million reduction has been updated in tonight's presentation, where there are no longer 8 full-time positions as was presented the April 11th meeting. What is presented as the budget reduction in the 2 million is what is before you on tonight only. The $954 that we are proposing to take from the fund balance is to offset any further reductions.
And so the information that we received last Friday as a board in terms of budget cuts, some total, one came to $2.3 million, which is on page 2 of the presentation that was just presented. There's another one that's $719,000, which is on page 2 of the presentation. And so what we're being presented with tonight are the additional, what they spoke about in terms of eliminating, like the social worker, clerical benefits, people that they were going to bring in, but they're not going to, some of them are new positions. Some of them, as Dr. Talbot had mentioned, were being eliminated, because there was a low enrollment. So that's what I was looking at. So that's why I was a little confused when the number was being mentioned. So I'm looking at what we received last Friday with the 2.3, the 719, which is on here, and the information that we're receiving tonight reflects that information that's in the presentation tonight. Okay.
So, I just say something. What would have been helpful, which was previously mentioned, is one comprehensive list of everything that's been cut to show exactly what's been cut, so we're not going back and forth trying to figure out this was cut here now, but now it's back on, and now this is cut. What's a new position? What's an existing position? Where just all this information all over the place is confusing to not just the people watching in the audience, but all of us up here.
But what we received last Friday was the packet that has budget cuts, that has all the information in there. So we all received all that information last Friday. That the community may not have it, but we as board members did receive all that information.
But if I may, I would say it's not clear in that spreadsheet what was a newly proposed position that was taken back versus an existing position that was accessed. And I don't believe this was mentioned. Actually, it was in the spreadsheet. At the first line-by-line budget meeting, we had a very robust discussion about all the positions that were accessed last year that we really feel that we suffer for lack of and would like to bring back. The Director of Bilingual Studies and ENL, of Tech, bringing back a full-time Director of Fine Arts, chairs, department chairs for the middle school and the high school. I've spoken with teachers who say they really, really suffer, and their teachers suffer for lack of chair people. I mean, these are important positions that it's almost like we got used to not having. But a school district should have chair people and directors in appropriate positions. We didn't bring back deans to the middle school and the high school. So, at this stage, maybe it sounds like, all right, we have a balanced budget, we're good, but we are still lacking critical staff, which is why, me personally, when I think about we have this surplus, I know we want to rebuild the fund balance, but as long as critical staff are still missing, I would put more of that surplus into the budget and brace for a slower regrowth of the fund balance.
So Carolyn, just,
oh.
just for my, go ahead.
That was the question I had. Thank you, Lisa. Caroline, I think we're already saying that we would move $2.9 million from fund balance. Am I understanding this correctly? So we have 3.7 million. I think previously we were told we have 4.4 million.
It's
We
four
have-
point- You're right about the 4.4 million. If we move the 2.9, that leaves us, just about $1 million in that to add to the beginning fund balance, which is like trustee Fanning said, growing the fund balance much slower.
Mhm.
It's expensive to be poor. Poor people have, low credit scores, life is more costly, but that's where we're at. Like, I can't feel that you can put all of your ducks in the fund balance at the expense of instruction for the kids. I am okay with much slower growth of the fund balance as long as we, still provide the bare bones services and education to the kids.
But Carolyn, also, you mentioned that, I think it was a couple of years back, it was roughly about, we had a fund balance of, I want to say roughly about $700,000, I think it was. And then we went up last year to about 1.3.
Mhm.
And now we're up to roughly about 4.4 hypothetically.
No.
We are anticipating going up around 3. That's before we.
Just kind of speaking to the mic.
3.7, which would be 3%.
Right.
And then that's
And then
all
we
the
pull
money
back.
that we are pulling back to do, to bridge the gap until we know what we will get with the 2 million.
So just for clarification, so when we have a sheet that was provided to us that said summary of preliminary fund balance, and at the bottom it has a 3.7.
Right.
All right, so, but you just mentioned something about
Yes.
4.4.
Okay, for the 24-25 school year,
Right.
what we are seeing as a surplus before we apply any money from it
Mhm.
is 4.4
Mhm.
on the revenue side and on the expense side. That's the projection. Okay, but if
Okay.
you,
Can I,
Because
can I
every
add
year,
something?
2 million cycles through.
Correct.
It's like there's a difference between
Correct.
an actual surplus and a budgetary surplus.
Correct.
So we have a budgetary surplus of 4.4 mil,
for the 24-25 school year.
but an actual surplus of 2.4 mil. And that's what I'm saying, you are going to take 900,000 of that and apply it to the budget. I'm advocating taking more and applying it to the budget. Not too much, but more.
Yeah, but it is a good idea to grow the fund balance a little slower. I got that. But this is the issue. If you over apply, you have to be prepared to come up with the same amount of money the subsequent year. And if you don't have that money to draw on, then it means you are dealing with a structural deficit. So we have to do it in a methodical way.
I completely understand what you're saying, and I think if we were like a rock steady barge moving on a straight line, it would be hard to imagine that there would be that much veering about, but we're not that rock steady barge. There's so many things in flux right now that I guess I'm hopeful that we can every year look slowly through the budget and find more and more opportunities for savings. For example, at one point last year, we recognized that there are second, third year, and I guess even fourth year mentor stipend positions that we weren't allowed to take out of the budget because it was part of a professional development plan that you couldn't just, in an instant get rid of. You have to do it slowly. So we identified something this year that could be a savings in the future, but not right away. So there there have been instances like that throughout the year where we've seen, oh, we could save money there next year. So that's why I understand the risk in creating this structural deficit, but I'm hopeful that if we continue to be attentive, we can lean up a lot and not have the deficit that you're talking about.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more about paying attention and also looking for opportunities as we go along. That is critical. And I've brought a few of them to the board's attention. Medicaid, state aid, looking at our stock process to make sure that we are very particular about those opportunities. Any money that belongs to us, we continue to explore. And
And
great that we've been doing that.
my apologies if you weren't on that email, but I mentioned that specifically. You have said that we're doing better and better throughout the year, getting more reimbursements. So that is a reason to be confident that we can do better and therefore.
But you said
Olivia, just speak a
something-
little bit more to the mic.
Yes, you said something at the beginning which caught my attention. As soon as you started talking, I also started thinking about interest rate. One of the areas that we've done very well was on interest rate. We don't know how that's going to pan out. So it can be up and downs too that we have to consider. That's why I said we should go ahead, we should find opportunities. But sometimes there are drawbacks also. There are challenges when you are finding those opportunities. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't head forward. We should continue to look for opportunities.
Can I,
But it's not a straight line, like you said.
can
All
I-
right, so let's just do the remaining comments so we could move on. Go ahead, Megan or Wendy. I want to say something.
Yeah, I know this is very long for the people in the community, but this is really important. This is a huge budget that we have to get through, and there are some major concerns. I agree with Caroline that like we're not up to par with staffing. We definitely have deficits all over. I would have liked to see us bring back some staff. We've added some things along the way. So something else that came up was the whole thing with the mileage with transportation. And when we found the most recent voter-approved referendum that was certified, it increased mileage for busing for the kids. There's going to be an additional 100 students for sixth grade that are entitled to busing, an additional 40 students for third grade that are entitled to busing now, which is an extra $200,000. However, we budgeted, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Fitzwater or Dr. Talbot, that we budgeted 31% for transportation when we went out for RFP, and it came in at 28%. So we have a cushion with that. And even for the proposition that will be on the ballot as far as increasing mileage for private schools, we'll have a cushion with that as well. And then the last comment that I want to make is I know we're using $924,000 towards the budget, and I do have a concern if it's used towards salaries, we're going to be in the same exact position we're in. It really should be for one-offs, one-time use. Otherwise, we're just going to, this is cyclic. We're just going to constantly be here. So I agree with Caroline using a little bit more. The controller said there's no problem with not applying as much. And as far as special education, 15% of our student population is special education. While it may not be mandated, there's a lot of things that aren't mandated but are needed. I mean, we're talking about educating our children here, our most vulnerable population. I mean, I don't want to see anything cut for them.
Megan?
So, yes, the fund balance, so the idea of using more of the fund balance. Is this something that we would have to provide, action to the district to modify the budget to utilize more of the fund balance?
So, if we were to use, if it was to put it to a motion to use more of the fund balance, then they would have to go back, to relook at this budget and not be approved tonight. So we can just, you want to provide clarification? Is that something that if the superintendent is presenting to the board that this is the budget, if we turn around and say we want more, if I make it as a motion, if it passes, do they have to go back now to modify this budget and not be presented. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can't just change the fund balance without changing the expenditure budget.
So I asked the question, I knew the answer, but I asked the question because I hear a few of us at the table considering that we're not exactly aligned with every single cut that's been presented. And there's potential to utilize more of our fund balance to offset some of these cuts. So that's why I wanted to ask the question. And I don't know if it's appropriate now or under board action that, you know, if a motion would be made to request that an alternative budget be produced for the board to consider.
So, legal, I'm just getting a little guidance here. So does that take place when it gets down to the adoption of the budget? Or does it take place beforehand, or what happens?
So you have a budget that's being presented by administration. If there's a motion and second, you can amend that budget by revising the expenditures and revising the usage of your fund balance. But you'd have to do it line by line.
In order to approve it tonight, but what if we wanted?
We can't do it tonight, I don't think. Could we do
Well,
it
you
tonight?
could do it tonight if you had the,
10 hours.
you know, you had
Yeah.
900, you want to move from 950,000 to 1.5 million, you want to move your expenditure lines up in corresponding amounts.
Well, if we wanted to give a directive to the superintendent to say, we want to use more of the fund balance and to revisit some of these cuts that a lot of us aren't in line with, can we make a motion to direct her to do that and then for her to come up with it with her team?
I don't think it's a motion to direct her. I think,
I'm asking.
So
I'm asking.
I mean, I don't think that's a specific directive to the superintendent.
No.
Wouldn't we just not approve the presented budget?
You need a budget. So if the board is,
Go ahead, Dr. Talbot. She wants to.
go ahead. Yes, I'm done. Yeah, so I mean, you'd have, it's the board's budget. If there's a majority of the board that does not want to have a cut, then you have to find the money to fund it.
Okay, so we can start with the vote. So thank you.
Go
So
ahead,
I-
Dr. Talbot. Go.
So, of course, thank you to all the board members for your feedback and your consideration to make the adjustments that we would all appreciate. I just want to bring us to remembrance that it wasn't so long ago that the district was in possession of $11 million in grants that funded several positions in the district. And those positions continued to exist when the grants were no longer available. And so the district has had a long haul back and will continue to have a long haul forward because those positions were turned over to general fund and were not properly budgeted for. So while some of those positions, for example, the dean at the middle school was a grant-funded position, the dean at the middle school started out in this budget this year. We all would like a dean at the middle school. Throughout the process, March 26th, the April 11th meeting, there were rounds of cuts that transpired. That particular position was one of them. Some of the positions that carried over from the grants were overstaffing. Overstaffing because some of our classrooms, and not all of them, were staffed according to COVID numbers. We had some classes that had 16, 15, 14 students in a class, not all of them. So as we did an analysis, just as we're being asked to do a building utilization analysis, we've done an instructional analysis. And some of those positions could not be absorbed in the general fund, nor did the enrollment require that those positions continue. Now, when it comes to department chairpersons, yes, we need teacher leaders who are certified in respective disciplines to provide leadership in those respective departments. Yes, we do. Do we aspire to get back to that? Yes, we do. Is it something that can happen in this budget? We did not foresee that being possible. That's a long-term goal. In lieu of department chairpersons, there are building level leaders, which are stipend positions. Can they carry out all of the responsibilities that department chairpersons carried out? No, but they are a safety net until we can get back to hiring additional staff that allow us to have department chairpersons to teach a 0.6 or a 0.4 and have other personnel to make that possible. We're not in that position right now. We're not able to make that possible. So the items that are listed here, we are kicking lots of things down the road. Lots of cans are being kicked down the road. And we are developing strategic and long-range plans as to how we can bring back what is necessary, but everything that was cut is not necessary to bring back. And that's a tough reality that we must stare in the face. Yes, we lost some pivotal and essential positions that we do need to bring back. But every position, the enrollment does not require it to be brought back. So as we move forward, it's important that we keep that in mind, that we must move forward, and we can't reach back and bring everything that we had, because much of it was COVID, and now we are going back to pre-COVID, and we must operate as such. As it pertains to the fund balance, we are not in any way trying to build a fund balance on the backs of students. But we do have the responsibility to be fiscally prudent. We originally took $2 million from the fund balance to offset the budget. To avoid further reductions, we went back and revisited that, looking at the possibilities of emergencies, looking at some of the exterior decisions that this board will have to make regarding some outstanding matters, where those expenditures will need to be pulled from an existing fund balance to cover, because they're not allocated on any other line item in the budget. And so going back and ciphering this fund balance anymore may very well put us in a precarious position at the time of decision, when funds will be needed for decisions that must be made. And I'm asking that we would just consider that. As it pertains to the transportation bid, which we budgeted 31%, the bid came in at 28%, which left us with $200,000. That was in the budget last 2 weeks ago. It had to be removed. And it's removed for a good reason, because as the community has expressed concern about middle school students traveling across Sunrise, Great Neck, and all of these major streets, we will now have closer to 100 additional middle school students who will receive bus transportation because we are honoring the last voter referendum that says they're eligible if they live 0.5 miles away from the school. This will also make close to 40 additional third graders who will now have bus transportation. And so that $200, $200,000 has been absorbed for that purpose. I just wanted to clear it up as best as I could and to add to the conversation in the context in which we've been having it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Talbot. So the last thing I heard was the possibility of putting a motion on the floor in terms of taking more money from the fund balance. Right, so if someone wants to put a motion up, if we want to take more money. Well,
Yeah, I'll make a
excuse
motion.
me, it has to be done, if we're gonna do it, we have to do it now, correct, before we get to the budget adoption? Yeah,
So are you appropriating money from this budget to next year's budget? Is that what you're doing?
what are you doing? Yeah,
From
I
the
was-
projected surplus to next year's budget
From the projected surplus from,
of this year.
so the question I have is if you're increasing the expenditures for next year's budget.
That is the tricky thing that I don't know how to answer because I would defer to, like, we have expressed what we want to see funded, but the exact mechanics of it and the line by line setting, that would be for Dr. Talbert and Ms. Stevens, but
Okay, so
we've said,
you have to make sure your budget is within the levy cap. So your current budget is within the levy cap. If you increase your expenditure budget, will it be in compliance with the levy cap?
so maybe what we should do, we should go through the agenda when we get to that point. And if the adoption of the budget does not pass, then that we have to look at other options at that point in time. Just do it that way.
I'm sorry, do you know the answer to that question, John?
No.
No, I haven't analyzed your budget, so I don't know.
Do you, Ms.
We would-
Guatsi?
It would take more analysis.
No, I mean, so if we raise the expenditures, the whole tax cap calculation has to be reconfigured?
Just speaking to the mic.
Okay,
I
I
have to
did,
reanalyze it.
I
We are
did,
the cap, of course, but it has to be reanalyzed.
Just
and
to make sure
that
that
it's correct.
Exactly.
well, I guess I'm a little confused because it would seem like it would be a wash. The whole point is to not tax more, but just use more of our surplus to cover the expenditures. And I did speak to other professionals and I asked a specific question and they said, no, it would not have any bearing on the, tax cap, but I'm not the professional, so.
So at this point in time, maybe what we should
Which is the
do.
question.
Yeah, right, exactly. So that all has to be clarified. Maybe what we should do is when we get down to the budget adoption, if it does not pass, then we have to go from there. I think that would probably be the best way to handle it. All right, so at this point in time, we can take community input on agenda items only.
Margaret Shop, Amityville. I have a quick question.
Hold on a second, Michelle, hold
Oh.
on 1 second, please. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Margaret Shop, Amityville. I have a question on the overtime district-wide. Last time we talked about the budget, you were going to outdo any overtime. And then I heard you say this tonight, that it's not realistic. I'd like to know what the line item for overtime is for the budget. What's that number if you're reducing it by 150,000?
It is by department, so I have to go through the entire budget and sort the code over time. It's Buildings and Grounds has its own Clerical has its own overtime. It's all over in the budget.
So give me a ballpark figure.
Of the total overtime?
Yep.
317,000.
So it's 317 and you're reducing it by 150, or it's 317 that's going to stick in the budget and it would have been for something?
No, the goal is to cut it into half.
So you're going to,
317 divided by 2. Take 150 out of 317.
okay. And I just wanted to make a comment, which I was really, when it talked about the budget and the commentary from the board, it seems like the 3 new elected board members were the only one who surfaced with ideas, questions, picked on each and every line that was presented here tonight on the budget. And I found it to be most informative. Someone's working, someone's thinking, and it was quite refreshing to see these 3 women who were elected last year to this budget to make some type of sense. And I really applaud you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sidney Martin, Massapequa. First, I'd like to say I'm in favor of keeping Northeast School open. And I just have one question with the transportation and the Catholic school distance. How did this can get kicked down the road? What can of worms, like how did this get opened? Did the bus company come to the school district and ask, oh, we're driving 2 extra miles or 4 each day, and you guys owe us money? How did this even come up?
Dr. Delvin?
The transportation referendum, as we were researching that, it was, we were reacclimated with the required mileage that all schools must adhere to. And in the discovery process, St. Martin's bus transportation was not compliant with the voter referendum. And so now those steps are being taken to align everyone with in compliance.
But how did that even come about? Like through osmosis, like did just one day this just opened up and said, let's go check the referendum? Why was even the referendum, you know, for, it seems to me that this has been grandfathered in and it has been well enough. This has been never a problem for all these years. What prompted this?
I think it may have been at a meeting that it came up, one of our meetings, it was brought up about the mileage. I think it was at a meeting, I think, what, private school, not St. Martin's, but you talk about St. Martin's or the private school? You're talking
Well,
about,
St. Martin's is a private school,
right, but I'm talking, are you
but like
talking-
the high schools, the Catholic high
Yeah, I
schools.
think it
and
came up at the
Are
meeting.
you talking about going over the 15 miles?
Yes.
I think it came up, I think it came out at a meeting one time, I think, I don't remember.
One of the suggestions from some of the community members was get rid of transportation almost entirely. Save it. That was the first instinct. And then I think that's when we started to look into it a little bit more and finding all
Yeah,
the,
I don't remember, yeah.
I remember.
Okay, I really didn't hear that answer.
No,
but-
she was saying that it came up, at one point in time, someone stated about getting rid of transportation. As, if we get rid of transportation,
Okay,
it
they
could
rid of
be,
it.
so it just kind of evolved. So when it came out, then the cycle just started. People started asking questions. What does that mean about private?
But the bus company didn't have a problem?
No, the bus company, no.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Chris Papil, Amityville. Okay, the CPAC presentation, you know, Misha, I thought he did a great job, but I think I think we were playing a little beat the clock because that's something we were talking about yesterday, how much time that we had. Okay, so what I'm just suggesting is that we could put a copy, Olivia, of this on the Board of Education webpage,
You just
so
gotta
that
speak-
everybody
just
can
gotta
read?
speak to me and then I'll direct it. Go ahead.
Can we put this on the Board of Education webpage?
On the website, okay.
Yeah. So that anybody who wants to can read it, because I think, we spent a lot of time on it. It was important. And it should be heard. And thank you to all my colleagues, all our colleagues for their work on the CBAC. Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Board of Education. Juan Leon, Ketchum Avenue, Amityville. I have two issues. So I'm going to talk about the budget and then hopefully recycle back in. But my first comment has to do with teachers on the grants. Okay? I know we have two on there, at least two. My question is, how many teachers do we know that are being paid through these grants? That's my first question. These grants that are set to expire at some point.
Dr. Talbot on hold.
So the grants that teachers are funded through at this point are title grants, and they are reoccurring grants each year. They expire annually, but we're eligible for them on a continual basis. Ms. Stevens?
As far as the number, in Title I, I would have to confirm the exact number. There's approximately 9, but they're portions of their salary. It's not full FTEs for each of those 9. And in Title III, there's one in the Title III LEP this year and one in Title III immigrant. And again, those are portions, right, Ms. Bulatsi, not
Yes.
full.
Yes. These are not full-time FTEs.
Thank you. The reason why I bring this up is because if you were on the board, like I was during COVID, and we got those COVID grants, that caused a lot of problems for this district. And for those that may not recall, what had happened was we received these COVID grants. We hired staff with that grant money, but then the teachers that we had already being funded through the general fund were being paid towards these grants. And then we started paying new teachers through the general fund. And then when those grants ran out, these teachers that were getting paid through the grant money had tenure. They had seniority. They still had to go back onto the general fund, which was never designed to support the difference between the grant and this. And that's one of the major reasons why we lost a lot of teachers. So I would just advise to be very, very careful with this.
Can I respond to? Oh, okay.
Secondary, my question is in regards to the amount of cuts to special education. What kind of position is this school district going to be in if we receive a new student with IEPs, or you have a student that has upgraded IEPs, or you come across a family member or a parent that feels that this district is not meeting the student's needs, and then petitions the board to send them to a special school? What kind of buffer do we have in place to try to keep this very fragile budget intact?
So I'm going to go back to your original question, not question, but statement in regards to previously with COVID, when we received the COVID money, there were individuals that were hired to come into the district. And one of the things that happened was that when they were hired, they also included the benefits in the package. And so what happens, there weren't any teachers who were hired, there weren't any teachers who were being paid that were tenured from the grants. These are people that came into the district. That's one. And then two, the Title I grants, those are grants that we get on an annual basis. And we also get the funding back from it. You posed a good question in terms of, as you shared, in terms of your concern if we cut back on certain areas. And I think Dr. Talbot already spoke about the fact that there were, in terms of not as many cuts to special ed as was mentioned. But that is a concern, that if we do cut and we have more people coming in that need services, the question is where the money's going to come from. So I'm not sure if Megan wanted to say something as well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say, because I did mention Title I grants when I was talking about the teacher's assistants. So I was actually just like grasping to try to save the teacher's assistants. And I understand the concern, but I also understand that Title I is like an annual thing, and maybe we could look to expand and make sure that we're taking like the most benefit possible in being eligible for the Title I money to try to maintain that support staff. So that's where my thought process was.
Can I just say something too? I think, if I'm not mistaken, with the grant money, they didn't figure in the benefits or something. Was that correct? Right? So we paid these teachers, they didn't figure out the benefits, and it was a big hit to the budget. As far as the special education and pulling back on all things that aren't mandated, to your point, then they go through due process. Then if they win, they go out of district placement, and we have to pay their legal fees on top of our legal fees. So, yep. So if their kids being pulled now back to the district, I'm not sure where they are in the process or if they've been notified. But if they aren't and they're going through due process and they happen to win, we now have this affects our budget too.
Can the financial office give a percentage as what is the cushion in this budget line item?
Dr. Talbot, is that something that could?
In the special ed budget line item? Which line item are you?
Special ed.
Okay, that's a lot of line items and it's very
Yes.
broad.
All right, well, how about
Yeah,
this? All right,
yeah.
how about this? We don't
Can
have
I
to go.
answer your question?
I'll simplify my
Yes,
question.
yes.
How much buffer is built in to each block? Like, for instance, number one expense, teacher salaries. Number two, special ed. Number three, well, we already discussed busing. How much of a buffer did you build into this in anticipation of additional costs that may come up throughout the year?
I think I can answer your question effectively if I explain to you how the special education budget is developed in the first place. We look at kid specific. We count every kid. And we went through this process at least 4 times with the special education department. And let me finish it.
I'm talking about
Let
the
me
children
finish
that
what-
are not here, not the
Yes,
ones that are
yes,
counted.
yes.
Okay.
But when you are building a special education budget, you have to also anticipate, you have to build in 1 or 2 safety based on your past history of the enrollment pattern in the special education department. So all those factors are taken into consideration when you are budgeting special education. Not only do you budget kid specific, but you also have to anticipate any safety for any enrollment increases or enrollment changes in the special education budget. That is also, and we've done that effectively the last 2 years in the last 2 years' budgets.
Perfect. What percentage of that budget is buffer?
It is specific. You build
Okay,
a
got it.
specific number into the budget based on the program cost.
Very good. Thank you.
Hi, Reynolds Hawkins. My talk will be about this mascot, and it's just going to be for a short minute. But I have some things I want to say about this. One is, and let me introduce myself formally to people who may not know me. My name is Reynolds Hawkins. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I am the founder of Positive Conscious Counseling Service since 1995 and a proud Amityville graduate. I've been associated with Amityville since 1967. That's about 58 years. That's as a student, employee, coach, creator of the Amityville Sports Hall of Fame and the Historically Black College Tour. There was no one in this room more a warrior than me. More years, yes. Equally dedicated, yes, but not more. This school helped define and cultivated my talents and ability to think out the box. But there are more important issues that this district is challenged with: budget, keeping Northeast open, and the continuation of strengthening and cultivating each student to become the best version of themselves. For whatever the reasons, we are emphasizing too much on getting petitions signed to overturn the decisions that the students have made that we all knew 2 years this was a possibility. As adults and as warriors, our days are past. Once a warrior, always a warrior. So it's important to put your egos to the side and say, it's no longer your time. So in ending, 2 questions. Are we upset that we have to change our mascot? Or are we upset that the students chose to call something other than Tide? But let me be clear, Tide was never an athletic or district-approved mascot. Tide has no significance to the entire Amityville community. Students chose, so please, please don't devalue them. When we know better, we do better. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Madeline Quintine Makani. Pleasure to be back here with you all this evening. I'm just wanted to thank Ms. Mawatsi for her hard work and everything that she's done on this budget. Thank you, Ms. Mawatsi. I appreciate everything that you are doing. It is not easy putting a budget together and doing what you're doing. I hope that you guys will move forward and try to pass this budget, and let's move forward and try to get it done. I also wanted to make sure that I continue to say that the community is still in full force for Northeast School, and we want to make sure that it stays in the budget and stays where it is at. It is an icon in the community, and I just wanted to make sure that I continue to bring that forth. I'm not going to stop saying it. I'm going to continue to say it until we get everything said and done. Northeast School is a valuable in the community, not only for the building's sake or because it's a statue or for whatever reasons that everybody thinks that it is. The children, they're young, they're impressionable, and that's where they start to learn and move forward, and they are the most impressionable ones on this planet. So let Northeast live and be done. Thank you very much, and good to see you all this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Reverend Alexia Burgess, Amityville. And I just want to also, I don't want to mess up your last name, but Miss Olivia, thank you for your work on the budget. As a resident of Amityville and an alumnus of the Amityville Public Schools from elementary to high school, and a retired elementary level grades K-6 educator of the New York City Public Schools, the hour is late, so I'm just going to make this comment. I am in support of Northeast Schools staying open, staying in the budget. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Dr. Patricia Rickenbacker. I am a resident of East Massapequa, 10 Sentinel Place, Massapequa. I have been a resident of Amityville and East Massapequa for over 55 years. I graduated 3 children from here, 2 grandchildren. I was guidance counselor here in high school, retired from Amityville, card carrying member of the ATA. I am pastor of Living Hope Fellowship Baptist Church in East Massapequa for 34 years and a founding member of the Ministerial Alliance of North Amityville and vicinity. I want to say good evening to the superintendent, the members of the board, and the members of the community. And I think it's important for me to say that because the last time I tried to get up, I had a gentleman tell me I didn't belong here. So I just wanted to clarify that. But tonight, I'm not just a concerned voice, but a hopeful one. I'm hopeful that in the face of pressure, uncertainty, and competing interests, that you as a board will remain firm in your commitment to keep our historic Northeast Elementary School open. It's a school that stands, but it's not just a building like some people think, but it's a beacon in the heart of the North Amityville community. Northeast School has anchored generations. It's done more than teach reading and math. It has built resilience, nurtured culture, and strengthened families in a part of town that has too often been overlooked and under-resourced and underestimated. Now, closing the school would not just be a policy change for you. It would be a fracture in the fiber of our community in North Amityville. It would signal to families that geography determines worth, and some voices are louder than others, and that equity is a word, but it's not a practice in the Amityville School District. But tonight, I want to urge you to continue to reject that path, because the truth is what strengthens one part of the district actually strengthens all of us. And we can't afford to think only in terms of North, South, East Massapequa, as if we're separate and competing entities. That is not who we are. That's not who we can afford to be. If we stop thinking of our own self-interest groups more highly than we ought to, we might just discover some powerfulness that together we're going to be able to do what we can't do alone. And so saving Northeast School is our chance to score, and this is my word, a trifecta, for equity, for unity, and for the future of all our children. Not for some, not just for those who live closest to one school or benefit from their resources, but that every single student from every block, every zip code, and background will benefit. So I thank you for your courage. I urge you to hold the line because our unity is our strength and our children are worth it. And we will continue to fight for that school as long as there's breath in our body. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Juan Leon, Ketchum Avenue. At the last meeting, I presented you with a petition with 100 signatures in support of the Amityville Tide as our new mascot name. Tonight, I am again presenting you with the same petition, except it doesn't have 100 signatures. It has over 360 signatures from students, alumni, community members, and teachers in support of the Amityville Tide as our new mascot name. My position is very clear. If we are unable to keep the name Warriors, then we should be the Amityville Tide. At the last board meeting, the board heard from 3 brave female students that told you exactly why many of the boys had picked the Hawks. It's a sexual joke, and I refuse to allow our children or my son or my daughter to be ridiculed on the field or on the court when they play other teams. And I would hope that the Board of Education would take the same position. To quote those female students that pleaded their case to the board, they said this: please, anything but the Hawks. If the name Amityville Tide has been our unofficial name for decades, then why would we spend all of this time and all of this effort to rebrand ourselves as something totally irrelevant, such as the Hawks? This, to me, seems like an easy call to make. It didn't have to be this complicated. Again, if we are unable to maintain, if we are unable to continue to be the Warriors, over 360 residents, community members, teachers, and students would like to see the Tide. And I would like to leave the clerk with a copy of this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Board of Education, are we okay just extending it just another, like 10 minutes? I see there's two students that came up. You both the three go, and then we'll close it after the last one.
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, members of Board of Education. My name is Jesus Barrios, and I have the privilege of serving as Vice President of Student Council and as a member of the Mascot Task Force. I stand before you tonight not to advocate my own views, but to speak on behalf of all the students across our district whose voices deserve to be heard and whose votes demand respect. From the very start, this process was designed to be democratic. We formed a task force. We created thoughtful surveys. We held focus groups. And finally, we invited every student in the district to take part in the final vote. In doing so, we set aside our own preferences. We pledge ourselves to a simple principle: whatever the students chose, we would honor. The principle is at the heart of our community. We always uphold unity, integrity, and respect for the process. We tell our students that democracy matters, that every vote counts, that their ideas shape our shared future. And so they come out in large numbers to vote, and they made their choice clear. They want the Hawks. The decision was far more than just a mascot. It was about identity, pride, and the right of each of the new generation to claim its own story. It was a moment for us students to determine who we are today and who we want to be tomorrow. By voting Hawks, they expressed their hopes, their energy, and the eagerness to build something new together. Yet tonight, there's the opportunity for the tie to override the vote. And we want to say that doing so would send a very dangerous message to our students that their voices don't matter, that their voices can be erased, and that tradition is better than progress. If we overturn this vote, what lesson are we teaching our students? That democracy is a nice idea until it produces results we don't like? That students are not capable of making decisions for themselves? Is that the legacy we wish to leave here? I deeply value our history in Amityville. I respect the tide's place in our heritage. Speaking to many alumni, they cherish their time with that name. But I also believe that honoring history should be about not locking ourselves to it. The past generation created its own identity and they celebrated it. Why should we deny our students the same chance to find theirs? By standing here for Hawks, I stand not for the Hawks alone, but for the principle that the students' voices matter, that their actions speak louder than words, and that making a choice and then changing it makes students powerless. If we tell them that their vote doesn't count, we contradict every lesson we teach about leadership, citizenship, and self-worthiness. I know the board's intentions are sincere. I know you love this community as much as we do. You wish to preserve tradition, to celebrate school pride, and to honor alumni. But please remember that, keep going?
You just finished, go ahead.
Please remember that we pay tradition to carry the spirit forward. We do not by holding onto our past, but allowing the new generation to shape its own. So tonight, I ask you to consider whose voices matter the most. Our students, the very people who walk these halls every day and represent Amityville's future. If we say that students are our number one priority, then tonight we have a chance to prove it. If you choose the Hawks, you will send a message of trust that you believe in our intelligence, our passion, and our commitment to the school. You will show that you stand by the principles of fairness and democracy. You will inspire generations of students to engage, to speak up, and know that their actions can lead to meaningful change. I know this decision weighs heavily on you. I know there are bigger challenges facing the school, but today it's about trust. It's about respect. It's about giving students the chance to write their own chapter in Amityville's story. If you override the vote, you send a dangerous message to our students that their voices are secondary, that their votes are optional, and that their capacity to lead is in question. It implies that student opinion is not a priority, that we can't be heard only when our voices align with established authority. Yet, we are told year after year that students are the center of every policy and program. Tonight, I remind you that actions speak louder than words, and that true student-centered leadership means honoring the vote, even when it was different from our expectations. So I urge the board to honor the vote and the victory of the Hawks. Stand with us in affirming that student voice is not just a slogan, but a guiding principle. Show us that you believe in our generation, that you will stand by the choices we make. Because we are competent, we are capable, we are thoughtful, we care deeply about this school and each other. We've earned the right to be heard, not just as students, but as people who are ready to shape the future. So tonight, we ask that you stand with us and show us that you believe in our vision, our voice, and our right to choose our own future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to come out and speak to us tonight. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Winsome Brown Cook. I just wanted to comment on all that I've heard tonight about the budget. I was a member of the audit committee, and as you heard, we did a lot of work. We learned a lot also, and that old saying, Rome was not built in a day. This district has been in financial disarray for a very, very long time. There is no way under the sun we are going to correct it in 1 year. And that is why we put proposal that the committee has to continue. I don't think anybody is in disagreement with that. However, cuts happen. And I think we have to be realistic. Yes, we put our students first. I'm not just a community member. I'm a retired school social worker, 34 years in the district from inside out. I've been in districts where there have been cuts. I've also been a union officer for many years where I fought for teachers. So I understand that there is no right answer and there's no easy answer. So I think it's important for us to work together to realize that we're at the beginning of making changes. This is not the end. And we can criticize as much as we want each other, but the bottom line is we have to stand together and realize that we must continue this process. And it's not going to be solved with this budget. I hear from both sides, it's students first. But, as that young man just said, are students really put first? I've heard that my whole career. And the bottom line is it's dollars and cents. So let us be honest and be real and say, a mess has happened financially in this district for years, and we're looking to do something about it. We can cast stones and we can blame all whom we want. But the bottom line is we have a group who is willing to do the work, and we have started that process. So let us continue it and stop throwing stones at each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Marks. I'm the owner-operator of Marks of Excellence Child Care Center in Amityville. I may not be a resident here, but I have a second home, which is Amityville. 27 years ago, close to 28 years ago, I started as a young entrepreneur, strapped with no money, trying to survive. I, unlike my counterparts who were franchisees in the Tudor time world, would tag on a fee for parents who came to pick up their children after 3 o'clock. I chose, although I was strapped financially, not to do that because I was serving a community of working families. In other affluent communities where Tudor time was usually existing, they knew that those were the affluent families that would bring their children solely to socialize. I knew that the working families needed one tuition, not an addendum added on to their tuition, which was already expensive. When you make a decision to serve a community of working families, you know that transportation is essential. They do not have options. They do not have the flexibility to take off from work and say, there's no transportation for my child. There's no after-school program. I need to leave. As a member of the governor's task force for childcare, as a member of the Suffolk County Board of Child Care Council, I've been advocating for children and families and my staff for higher wages because the bottom line is food on the table and a roof over your head. If we cannot offer transportation for families, then what I've been advocating for, a thriving environment, a thriving economy, thriving families, is non-existent. Then my work is going to be in vain. Because you cannot possibly work a full-time job without transportation. So the lifeline is transportation. I heard two different scenarios. I'm not sure where you stand in the transportation issue or what the real bottom line is, but I say this. In order to make New York thrive, we need childcare. And in order to have childcare, you need children bused to the childcare center or to the after-school program. We don't have the option here in Amityville. So I'm here to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, for agenda item 2A1. Can I make a motion to amend the agenda item 2A1, to remove on page 8, which is the last page of the minutes. It has on there, it says motion to approve 100 Black Woman Mentor Organization Program made by myself. Going to strike that out and just leave in, see the discussion and the time of 2 hours and 47 minutes and 35 seconds. So can I have a motion for that? To remove that wording.
Motion.
Second.
Chris Neeren is first. Megan Messman is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I now do them all together for agenda item 2A1 to 2A3, please? Can I have a motion for 2A1 to 2A3?
Motion.
Caroline Fanning,
Second.
Winnie Canestro. Any discussion on remaining items? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. For agenda items 3B1 through 5, these are first readings on these policies. Any questions or comments on these first readings?
Yes.
Go ahead, Chris.
For 3B2, correspondence to the Board of Education. Far as correspondence will be acknowledged as received within 48 hours, are we gonna have safety nets like put in place, or would it have to be in the policy? Like, who's gonna respond? Is it gonna go to a central email address that we all monitor? If not, is the board president the one that gets it? Are they go on vacation? Do they have to still be expected to check their email if they're on a tropical vacation? Or are we gonna have things set in place for them to, so we're not out of compliance with this policy?
So I
Like-
think, I think it's just, he's just making a general
Yeah.
comment. I think it's something that we do, as you're bringing up, I didn't think about that aspect, because I was there at the meeting. I say, oh yeah, that makes sense, 48 hours, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But as we're doing that, as I'm thinking about it now, you bring it up, it's a good question. How do we make sure that, is it a general email that it goes to, that there's an automatic response? Do we want to put a time constraint on it? And that, I think it's just something that I think we just need to take a look at it and revisit. I didn't think about that aspect of it.
Yeah, I think, I was on the budget committee too. 3 of us were.
The policy committee.
I mean, the policy committee. I'm sorry, it's late. Yeah, I think 48 hours is a reasonable time to get back to people. People write to the board and want to be heard from. I would think that the board president responds. And if the board president is not available or is away on vacation, they would let their vice presidents know. Yep,
I
that's
think,
my
I
comment.
think we just need to relook at it again and just make sure that if we're gonna do it, then maybe it's a generic email. Let's just hit, it's a first reading, so we're not voting on it tonight, but when we go back to policy committee, let's just look at it again.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Same sentence or the one before, all matters referred to the superintendent and or board shall be in writing. Can we, or can I suggest that we add to that, they should be signed with the sender's address?
So we can make a note of it, and then we can look at it at the policy committee meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So to have the address included in it.
A name and an address, yeah. Just so we know who's emailing.
I think that's a good suggestion, because I kind of looked at this and said, like, how can we incorporate not responding to anonymous emails? So if, maybe that's a way to identify an anonymous email, if we're actually saying that the sender should put their name and that they reside in the district. Could that go into the policy?
I don't
And
think,
then
I don't
going
think they have to
policy.
reside in the district to communicate with us.
Okay, then just the
Yeah,
address,
just
like,
an
but
address,
just,
Just a name and address,
Right,
then,
so we'll look
just
at
so we
it-
could identify them.
So we'll look at it again at the policy committee.
But also in the policy, wouldn't you want to say anonymous not be answered, period?
Yes,
That's-
I
that's
would
gotta be in the
like to
policy.
say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
yes.
Thank you. I don't know if we're done with that, but I have, on the student awards and scholarships, I have a couple of comments. So this is, 5,800. This one line, first I thought that we added the, scholarships will be available in the guidance office and the main office, but I don't see that in here. Right? Didn't we talk about that? Because we were like, where would the scholarships be found? But that's not in here, so that needs to be added. And the other thing, it says scholarships to high school graduates will be rewarded on the basis of the student's academic achievement, his or her potential for success at an institution of higher learning and financial need. I would like to see that revised to scholarships to high school graduates will be rewarded on the basis if the student meets the criteria. It's actually discriminatory if we say, if it's only on a financial need. So I think it just has to be, they have to meet the criteria.
All right, so let's go, I'm just making a note, and then we have to go
Yeah,
back
I
to
have,
policy committee.
I have the notes here too. So I agree with that. I actually, put in parentheses the part about his, her potential for success and financial need, and thought that that was arbitrary. So I think that the suggestion to say, like, just meet the criteria of the scholarship makes sense. Should we have a timeline for when the scholarships will be received? And then is the scholarship sent directly to the school that the student is going to be enrolled at?
I think each scholarship, it varies. Each scholarship varies depending what the scholarship is.
I
the
think that's
criteria.
why we said criteria written
Yeah.
on we actually
Yeah.
talked about that, saying that the criteria should be on the actual scholarship, so the student would know.
As far as the timeline?
As far as any criteria to meet it, I know there have been in the past where a student didn't know there was a criteria. But
So
I
we'll
don't know
look at it
if
again.
Ms. Stevens might know, is there a timeline for this? Are they available in March, in April, March 1st they're available?
So
Maybe
I think what we should do is that when we go back to the policy committee meeting, we're asking to find out about, is there a timeline?
Okay.
Is there information? That way we can discuss it at the policy committee meeting.
Okay, and just so everybody knows, we have a meeting on the 28th.
Right. You said timeline? and
But to
something else.
clarify my question, I'm also just the timeline to receive the scholarship.
Right, but I think it goes.
A
it go-
deadline to make sure that they're actually getting the scholarship.
Right.
And then, I actually sit on a different board, and when we issue scholarships, we actually found that sending the payment directly to the school that the student is registered at might be a better way to ensure that the money actually goes.
I think it goes back to the criteria, and that's where we can get more information. I think some of the criteria is basically, some criteria sends it directly to the college or to wherever they're going to. Other criteria that the student gets it. So I think we just need to take a look at that and just revise it.
Okay, I just think it could be a district policy. I'm just bringing it up for the policy committee to consider.
Yeah, but
That it's a good way to ensure. what the money is being used for.
But you know what? Sometimes kids use it for their dorm room or to
Right.
buy things. They use it for different things. So if you're going to send it to the school, that would exclude them for using it for those things that they might need it.
Right, exactly. And I think I don't think we should, I don't think in the policy, we should define that it has to be sent to a school. I think they should just follow the criteria of that scholarship. So if the criteria of the scholarship says the person can get $200 that they can use to buy books or get the things that they need for college, then that could be the choice. So I think as the policy committee, we will look at it, we've heard the opinions that's
Okay,
been
that's-
provided.
One more for that. In the first paragraph, should we add gender identity and sexual orientation on that long list of,
Yeah, so we will,
Oh, regardless of.
yeah,
okay.
gender identity?
All right, so we will relook at this again. And at the policy committee, I'm just making notes on here. Okay. Any other notes for the first reading or any other policies? And I think we also do need to add for the board self-evaluation, there is actually an example of what can be used. So that needs to be provided to the board as well.
I have, yep, I have on 2160, school district officer and employee code of ethics. In reading this, I wondered if there was a way to address, participation on social media. At our last meeting, we had a community member come up and speak at the podium about bullying that's occurring on social media that, you know, an employee and sitting board member might have been involved with. So I wondered if there was a way to.
She didn't say an employee.
Yeah. Right, so,
I thought I heard that, but okay.
it says,
thought
can we
that I
address
heard that.
social media? So,
So my question is, can we somehow address
social media.
officer and employee code of ethics on social media?
Yes, right.
And I apologize if I heard something differently that you heard, but I thought I heard that.
All right, so we have, go ahead, John.
Okay.
That would have First Amendment concerns.
Yep.
I don't know of any authority for the Board of Education to regulate generally social media.
So I think what we need to do is that these suggestions that are being provided, if you can email some of them to the policy committee, we can look at them as we discuss in the policies. And therefore we can make sure that we can adequately address any concerns any questions you have.
And I just need to correct. Now I'm remembering she did reference an employee, so.
Okay.
I'm correct.
That's okay.
Any other suggestions for policies?
Not this
Or-
time.
So if you have any additional suggestions, please feel free just to email it to the policy committee, and we'll be meeting on the 28th to review some of the first readings that are here and some additional policies. All right. Going down to agenda item 2C1.
Motion.
Second.
Committee Canestra is first, Leslie Kretz is second. So the Board of Education of Amityville Union Free School District vote to approve the 25-26 administrative budget for the Board of Cooperative Education Services, Secondary Supervisor District of Suffolk County, Western Suffolk BOCES. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Did I hear everyone?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. All right. Can I do agenda item 2C, A, B, and C all together? Does anyone need them to be done separately?
Yes.
I can do them all together?
Together.
Yes.
Can I have a motion for agenda item 2A, B, and C, please?
Motion.
Second.
Winnie Canestro is first. Carol Seehoff is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 2C3?
Motion.
Chris Neeren is first.
Second.
Megan Messman is second. All those in favor?
I have.
Oh, discussion, sorry,
Discussion.
discussion.
Discussion, sorry, discussion.
May I speak? Okay.
Go ahead.
You know, when the last meeting, I was pretty conflicted over this because I understand the history and the pride people felt. And it's you know, and now it's coming on districts that we have to do this. But I also felt compelled to listen to students and have them feel empowered. And I was worried about anything going against that. Since then, a trustee had asked some questions, and I think more of this process was revealed, which reveals that it was flawed process. We probably should have done parameters of this mascot committee just as we did the budget committee. So here are my concerns about the mascot and how this went down. That the task force was put together for various stakeholder groups, including faculty, staff, students, parents, with nominations solicited through the union reps and student leadership. Each was invited by the super to have their union organization represented on the task force. And then we had a list of the task force. 2 of them are to be determined, so I guess they weren't on there. 2 are students. There are 9 adults. 7 of the 9 adults don't live here. They don't live in Amityville, and they're directing this. So that's an issue for me. Like, you know, if they're Amityville residents, they have the history. I would wonder why, I would wonder why the Historical Society wasn't asked, why a village rep wasn't asked, why somebody from the chamber wasn't asked, why somebody from the Rotary wasn't asked, why an alumni wasn't asked. Because these are vested stakeholders in Amityville who have lived here, who have felt the pride. And when you have non-Amityville residents, they just aren't that invested in the name, right? They go home to their communities. On top of that, I mean, there is an issue that it went to Newsday without the board even discussing or voting on this. When the community did the survey, the top 4 picks were the Tide, Warriors, Crimson Tide, and the Eagles. Hawks had 4 votes, Storm had 3 votes, and Cardinals had no votes. Then they went on to ask, what are your top 3, what are your top 3 suggestions for the new mascot? The top 3 suggestions were Eagle, Lion, and Wave. Hawks had 8, Storm had 0, Cardinal had 0. You're probably following along why this is flawed. Then they had focus groups, and I really appreciated what the students said, because in their eyes, they did everything right? They're asked to do these things. They had the focus groups. They were asked to weigh in, but this is flawed. So what are the top 6 mascots that they came back with, and they want to scale back to 4? Well, here were the top 6 mascot names: Eagle, Lion, Wave, Shark, Tide, and Wolf. So there was no Hawk, there was no Cardinal, and there was no Storm. Then after the board, these 3 students did come up to speak, as somebody had mentioned, and they stated why these names were picked and what was behind it. I think I could speak for myself, and maybe some other board members felt the same. I was like, oh my goodness, I didn't think of that. But it was some sexual connotation, and I certainly know kids are kids, and kids could be cruel, and the last thing you want is other teams doing this to our children. So in having said all this, right after that meeting and concerns from the board, the students were asked to vote on the imagery of the Hawks, even though there were concerns from the Board of Education, and not all of us were on board now because these concerns were raised. All of this information, like I just read, I didn't have all this information. This information came about last week. I can't, in good faith, vote for Hawks because of the concerns that were made and because of the process was flawed, because it wasn't even in these lists. I mean, so we're going to pick names that weren't even in this list. So was this directed in a way? I'm not sure. I'm not accusing anybody, but I am saying it is strange that Hawks came out on top and it wasn't in any of these surveys. So we're left, I don't know, the board will have to discuss what we want to do, but I do know that the entire process was flawed. I do have serious concerns that the students were asked to vote on imagery after this arose at the last meeting, the very next day on Thursday and Friday, with the board's concerns. It's almost like we're steamrolling ahead. And there has to be consideration for the community at large. The community, Amityville gets to decide this. Amityville does. And East Massapequa. East Massapequa and Amityville, but the Amityville School District decides this, not people that don't live here. Thank you.
Leslie, anything you want to say?
Thank you, Wendy. You said a lot of great things. I just had a lot of questions about it also the last meeting. Wendy has said mostly everything. Last meeting, the three young ladies came up and with the connotations, the negative connotation, and I went home and it just broke my heart. I just felt horrible. And I'm thinking back when I was in high school and then they came up with other issues that the boys had voted for the Hawks on purpose and this and that. When you look at the amount of kids that did vote versus the amount of kids that didn't vote, there weren't many kids that voted. I would say a third maybe, if I'm correct, but not more than half. I commend the students, both the young men and the women, young ladies that came up, and I, in my heart, cannot vote for the Hawks. That's my opinion, and I can't I don't want to devalue the students' pick, but I think it was a flawed system also. So, thank you.
Caroline?
I also am grateful for the seniors who were part of the task force and no fault of yours that you didn't understand everything else that was at play. But similar to Leslie, I was all for letting the students decide until I learned the reason of. My high school daughter was horrified. My middle school son thought it was funny. So yeah, everything that they say about, the story behind the Hawks is true. So I can't support the Hawks either. I will say this, in addition to that, it's so unfortunate how this has become yet another polarizing issue. You pick Tide, you're going to, upset one group. You pick Hawks, you're going to upset another group. And at this point, in thinking, what do we do? I'm reminded of when my daughter, who's on the cheer team, came home so excited with her brand new cheer uniform last fall. And I didn't know they were getting new uniforms, and I was horrified thinking, oh no, I was expecting it to be Warrior. I thought they spent, hundreds of thousands of dollars on Warriors. And all she pulled out was a uniform that had a big red A on it. And I thought, oh, thank goodness. So I would advocate for now, while tensions are very high around this subject, the one thing that unites everyone here is Amityville. So maybe we can just be Amityville for a few more years till we figure out what's not a divisive mascot and take it from there.
Carol?
Yes, and I agree that there should definitely be a more inclusive community process in consideration at this point.
Chris?
So, and it's hard for me to go against either of those students that went up to speak. The ones today, the ones at the last meeting. They both had excellent points to kind of put their reasoning for or against it. Like Caroline, I have a student in the high school and the middle school. Both acknowledge the connotation of what motivated many of the students to vote Hawks, and I couldn't picture myself sending my kids out on the field or to another school knowing that they're going to have that reference thrown at them. It's hard for me to go against all the work that the Jesus and did with the committee to come up with this mascot, but it's hard for me to vote for it. So I don't see how we can go forward with it either.
Megan?
Thank you. I'm listening to all of my fellow trustees here.
I actually asked all those follow-up questions on the mascot after the last meeting in hopes that the process would just present, how did we get to the Hawks? And I can just say, cool, Hawks are cool. I like them. Tremendous animal, great mascot. But, you know, unfortunately, the way that the names shook out in the survey, I just left with that additional information and had more questions. And ultimately, as an elected representative for the community, the last thing I want is a divided community. And right now we have a divided community. And something needs to be done. I don't know if we're gonna present a resolution to reconsider the approach. But I too am torn because I want to support the students. I'm embarrassed that the students voted, embarrassed that it was announced and it went to the newspaper, and now here we are, and we're like, you know, how did we get here?
I think for me, there's a couple of things. One is that if the board does recall that we did receive information back, and I think roughly either October, November, and we did receive information almost on a monthly basis of what was the update in regards to the mascot, and it came in our news and notes. We did receive the update on the survey results and whatnot. So when sometimes we say we did not receive or we were not part of the process, as a board, no, we were not part of the process, but information was provided to us. Information was on our website. It was in the newspaper. It was in the Tide newsletter. It was on our social media for the community to do the survey and whatnot. And yes, I know that I think Tide came back at first, like Wendy said, Crimson Tide. I think Hawk was down on the bottom. There was a task force that was put together, and I think for clarification, I think Wendy was referring to when people were not in the district. I think you're referring to the members who are employees of the district. I think that's what you're referring to. They're employees, but they don't live in the district. But they are employees. They are employees within our district, and they work with our kids on a daily basis. So they may not live here, but they are employed here, and they work with our children. So I think to say that it was completely floored, I don't believe it was completely floored. Maybe there were things that could have been done better, but it was not completely floored. That's just my own personal opinion. Each board member can have the opinion. I think at this point in time, we've reached a point where we just need to vote on it. And then from that point, depending on how it goes, we need to decide as a board how we're going to move forward. I felt like the student who came before us tonight, he said it perfectly. We asked for the input of our students. We asked to hear what their opinion is. And I feel it's really unfortunate that we've asked for their opinion, but now we're saying, thank you so much for this democratic process that you guys did, but now we want to do it differently. And so once again, that's just my opinion. Each person has their own opinion. So let's wrap the discussion up and let's just make a vote on this. And then from that point, we have to decide where we're going to go. So the question is, all those in favor of the adoption of the new name and mascot?
Wait, can I say something else? Well, it's discussion, please.
I just said I was closing out the discussion. But go ahead.
We're about to take a vote. Okay. So,
it quick.
yes, just because you referenced me, the people, the seven people that don't live here are employees, but it specifically says like, so it's union and like union representation, but that's not Amityville representation, right? That's for the school employees. So we just have to get back to the community. I know we're going to vote on this. We did get the results late at night at one meeting. A board member should also be on here. I know I mentioned all these other groups, but the board, I mean, we're elected from our community. I know we're going to vote on this, and I don't think that our vote, should hinder the removal of anything else that we need, because I know we have to be in compliance. So if the rock has to be painted, or the, what is it, the bleachers, remember you pulled that thing off, those things can still happen. We don't have to replace it right now, but we can move forward with those things, just removing it, maybe not replacing it. And my only suggestion is, before we vote, is if we have another process with different representation from the community, and that it has board approval. I think this is a really big lesson for the board in all of this, is that we weren't part of this, but we were part of the budget committee parameters, where it was sent to us and each board member was able to give feedback of what we wanted to see. Here, we were just completely out of the loop. And then this happened. I feel like all of a sudden it happened. And even more concerning, Megan did ask those questions, which unraveled a whole onion here. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dr. Talbot.
Thank you so much for your feedback. I do want to just reiterate that this did not come out of the blue. As a Board of Education, I did keep you aware of the process. In November, you were informed that following the suit that was pulled back, that we would begin the process. You were also presented with a transitional 3-month timeline, broken into 4 phases and what the final checkpoint would entail. In January, you were provided with the results from the initial survey. And then following the initial survey, we held an open forum, which was open to each and every one to attend. At the open forum, we did introduce the mascot task force. We once again presented the initial feedback from the community. And at that time, the community members who live in Amityville responded with an overwhelming response that student voice should have the weight and premier responsibility in selecting the mascot. We moved forward in the fall newsletter. We also had a QR code where the community could vote. It was published in the Herald. It was published in the Patch. It was on social media. It was in the high school newsletter. It was in the newsletter that is mailed to every resident in the Amityville community. And so the students at that point went to work forming focus groups, from music to honor society to athletics, to get a whole spectrum of students involved. And the students took the information from the initial survey that the community and everyone participated in, and they took those 6 top, and it was narrowed down to 4. And those 4 were then presented to the rest of the student body to be voted on. So I just would like everyone to be informed that there was communication ongoing throughout the process, and based on the board's decision tonight, I do want to just echo the sentiments of the students. It is a very tight position to be put in, to not, honor the work and the voice of the students in this process. And I would like to say the process was not a flawed process. It was a followed through process. And any way we can improve it moving forward, we're open to that.
Dr.
Okay.
Talbot, which vote was it was Hawks the top 4 that it moved down to, that it got advanced?
The students. So in the initial survey, Hawks were not one of the top 5 from the community,
Correct.
but the students took the top responses from the community and they spoke to the focus groups about the top responses, the feedback, the input that the community provided. And from that, the 4 top were provided and the Hawks moved up through that process.
That's not what the email says that was sent to us.
Well,
And the results here do not echo that. The top 6 were Eagle, Lion, Wave, Shark, Tide, and Wolf from the students, and you said the top 4 advanced.
I did not say the top 4 advanced. I'll repeat myself so you can clearly understand what I'm saying. The surveys read, what were the results of the initial survey? I provided the board with the 50 responses. I provided the board with the entire survey in January results. but the top 6 for the district name were Tide, Warriors, Crimson Tide, Eagles, Sharks, and Lions. For the district mascot, the top were Eagle, Lion, Wave, Shark, and Tide. From that initial feedback from the community, the students formed focus groups led by Jesus and Michael from the SGA. And as they talked with the students, there were 4 that they moved to the top, and Hawks was one of those 4. That's the process that was followed. It was student-driven.
Okay, so let's bring the discussion to a close. At this point in time, all those in favor of adoption of the new name and mascot? I'm gonna go yes. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed?
Opposed. Opposed.
Opposed.
Opposed. All right, so it's Caroline Fannin, Carol Seehoff, Megan Messman, Wendy Canestro, Chris Nearing, and Leslie Kretz. The motion fails 1-6. I'm moving on to the adoption of agenda item 2C4, the adoption of the 2025 budget.
So moved.
Carol Seehoff is
Second.
first. Leslie Kretz is second. We've had a discussion on it already. I have to do a roll call on this particular vote. So I'll start at the top with myself. Lisa Johnson, yes. Then it goes Carol Seehoff,
Yes.
Megan Messman, Wendy Canestro,
I don't believe this is a student first budget, so
yes and no.
it's a no.
Caroline Fanning,
I'm a no, and I don't say this lightly. It pains me
Leslie
to say
Kretz,
no.
Yes.
Christopher Nearing,
Yes.
Megan Messman,
I don't not support the budget. I don't want that to look like that. I don't support how we get to the balanced budget. So,
yes and no.
no.
Motion carries 4-3. Can I have a motion for agenda item 2C5, please?
Oh,
Can I have a motion for agenda item 2C5, please?
yeah, a motion.
Second.
Megan Messman, Chris Nearing. Everyone has the property tax report card.
Yeah, we just got it right before we came here. I haven't had an opportunity to review it.
All right, so I'm going to move forward with the vote. If you don't want to vote for it, then don't vote for it. All those in favor of the adoption of the property tax report card?
We didn't even have a chance to look at it.
So once again, so if you don't want to vote for it, then you don't vote for it.
Can I make a motion to table it?
Table it, when we have to bring it back to vote on it. We need to vote on it. We have to vote on
Property
it.
tax, I mean,
So
it's-
legal, when do we need to vote on this by?
So you have to file your property tax report card the day after you approve your budget.
Oh, so it has to go tomorrow?
Yeah.
So yes for me.
Yes.
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 I'm abstaining. I didn't even have a chance to
That's
read
a
it.
no then, no for
No,
Wendy.
that's not a no, that's an abstention.
So that's Leslie, Chris, Carol, and Megan,
Yes.
Caroline.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I just want to make sure that you
Yeah,
have
I have you guys
abstention.
abstain. I have you abstain. Okay. 6 yes. Kevin, can I do agenda items 3B? Yeah.
President, I'd like to bring a motion while we're under board action.
For what?
I'd like to bring a motion, that the board receive from the superintendent of schools any and all resumes and or applications for employment submitted by candidates for the position of Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Operations to our next regular meeting, at which time the board shall then determine whether to conduct an executive session for the purpose of examining such records.
I'll move it.
No. So all those in favor of that's the role of the superintendent and the cabinet to review all the resumes for particular positions. When it's time for the Board of Education to interview these candidates, then that's when we receive those resumes or those CVs for those candidates for those particular positions. That is the role of the superintendent and their cabinet to go through the vetting process that is in our policy of how it should take place. So I'm a no.
So to explain, I had requested the resumes by email and it ended up becoming a dialogue. And there were more than the majority that were interested by email. So I wanted to bring the action to public for formal discussion. So this is why I'm bringing the action to public, because we are in a position where we have posted for the Assistant Superintendent of Finance at a higher salary. We've been advised that there were many applicants, but none were worthy of interview. And now we have posted for an interim appointment. So it's going to end up, costing more. We're here in a budget meeting talking about how we're not in great financial health. And I was interested in seeing this not as overstepping. I wanted to see the caliber of the candidates because I really didn't get an understanding of that from just being told that there was nobody in the pile worth interviewing. So that's why I just wanted to formally ask the board to vote, just bring it to public session. I understand with Robert's rules, any board trustee can bring a motion to the table, and that's what I've done here.
No, you're absolutely right. And not to be repetitive, I just believe that that's why you hire the superintendent, and that's why you have the cabinet, and that's why there's a policy in the whole process for hiring someone. And then it's the board's role to meet the top candidates when they come in. And when they do come in for an interview, that is when we get their resumes or the CVs to review those individual candidates to vote for. And so that's why, for me, I'm not in support of it. If board members want to have a better idea of what the roles and responsibilities would be for this particular position, then let's get generic information to say, okay, when you're hiring for this position, whatever that position may be, these are the qualifications, these are the things that you should be looking for. And we typically do get we do get the hiring posting that goes up, but if we're looking for more information, if we're looking for the job description that individual would have, then let's look at that particular information. So therefore, when we're looking at the CVs, when it's time for us to look at the candidates, then that's what's important. There's no one that can be hired without the recommendation of the superintendent. If the superintendent does not recommend a person for a position, if the board reviews the CVs, brings them in for an interview, we still cannot hire that particular person. So we have a process in place, and that's why we have a process in place. So each person.
Can I make a comment?
No, because I'm not finished. So I think it's important for us to remember that that's why we have policies. That's why we have a process for the policy, the hiring. And it's not a policy, it's actually a regulation. It's a very detailed regulation on the hiring process. So now we want to circumvent the regulation connected to the hiring process because we feel whatever reason that we feel about it. I think we need to stay in our role as a school board member and do what we need to do as a school board member. And then when it's time for us to interview the candidates that are being recommended by the superintendent, then that's when we receive the CVs to look at the candidates for that particular position, whatever that position may be. And when you speak about the fact that we're going to be spending more money, the goal is just to be a short-term interim until we can get a full-time person for the position, and that is it. Ms. Bawatsi's last day is May 30th. We need someone else back in here. If we get someone in for 2 months, then we get someone for 2 months, but we can still go back out to do a posting for a full-time position for this particular position. Wendy?
Yeah, thank you. I support this motion, and I will tell you that I'm looking at the regulation. And for non-instructional personnel, it speaks of all these things, and it really is about more like clerical or custodial. It says, for all other vacancies, the assistant super and building administrator will review the list of available candidates. It really doesn't speak to cabinet positions. It is silent on the issue if board members can review resumes. It does not exclude the board. It doesn't say anywhere on here that the board is excluded. I have it right in front of me. And we had it was a 5-minute conversation. You know, there wasn't anybody mentioning of 2 or 3, just one sentence for each person. It's not enough information that the Board of Education, for me as a trustee for the Board of Education, I want to see the caliber and I want to see the resumes. And really what we're doing is we're governance and we're oversight. So if we're not satisfied with what's coming before us and we're saying, hold on, we have all these resumes, but not one person is viable. I mean, that causes pause. So yes, you're correct that you can't hire anybody without the recommendation of the superintendent. I think that there's been tremendous pushback for us to even see these, which is a huge red flag to me, that why would that be an issue? If the board asks for resumes, I have experience on other boards of education. You see the resumes. It's not really a big deal. The minute it becomes a big deal, you have to ask, why is it a big deal? Why is it a big deal? It certainly is a big deal. So let's see the resumes. I support it.
And so every time there's a pushback, there's always an allegation that it's a big deal. There's something that's more there, and that's not the case. The only situation that I'm stating is the fact that we have a policy, a regulation in place, and that's it. I'm not opposed to the Board of Education seeing the resume of candidates that the superintendent's going to recommend. I have no problem with that whatsoever. So let's get that clear. It's just that why are we going to take the time to see resumes of candidates that the superintendent is not going to recommend? I shared before that. I've been down that road. We did that one time. We actually said, let's see the resumes. We said we brought people in, and the superintendent at that time, not this one, but years ago, we brought people in, we interviewed, and still the superintendent said, I do not recommend those candidates for that position, right? So it was a process that made us feel better because we were able to see the resumes and meet the candidates, but that was about it. So I just feel as if, go ahead, Chris.
So I was one of those in the emails that requested the resumes, because just to follow Megan's point, we have 3 board members who've never hired for a superintendent of finance and operations. So for experience purposes, we asked to look at them, and then there was a little bit of back and forth. Legal chimed in and made their suggestion to follow the policy, to not review the resumes that were not going forward. So I don't think I chimed in after that, but I'm fine with not seeing the resumes.
But it doesn't say we can't see the resumes. It's silent on that. So we were told that it excludes the board. You're free to read it right here. It doesn't say anywhere that it says it excludes the board and that we're not privy to it. Doesn't say it anywhere.
Dr. Talbot wants to just say something. We're going to move this. We're going to bring this to a vote after this. Go, Dr. Talbot.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to express that there's no withholding of information from the Board of Education. The request to view resumes came over the break. We were limited in personnel because disseminating personal information, we redact their names. We redact their personal identifiable information before we circulate resumes. And furthermore, it's not a good practice to electronically circulate resumes. It has not been a past practice. Secondly, These candidates went through the process, and I hope they are not listening because I did not use the verbiage, "They are not worthy to be interviewed." I stated that they had gone through the process, and when they made it to my desk, I interviewed them along with cabinet and determined that their depth of experience lacked taking on the job that this particular job requires for an assistant superintendent of finance and operations. There were limited experience. No one had actually served as an assistant superintendent for finance and operations for any length of time that would equip them to come into a district that's dealing with a fragile budget and a complex fiscal situation. So no, there were no candidates that I could stand behind fully and vet that and recommend them to take the position. I had a conversation with the board. I presented 3 scenarios as to how an interim could be paid. We selected the per diem rate, which actually saves $30,000. It does not cost more. And so because of that, I am looking for someone experienced, seasoned, who can come in and pick up the work that Ms. Buatsi has put in place and lead us to a more fiscally solvent situation. So I regret that you're suspect on the process or my reasoning. There's nothing to hide, and we will continue to move forward with someone who can bring the depth of experience that we need to Amityville.
Dr. Talbert, I just want to clarify that I'm not suspect of the process. I asked the question by email. It became a whole back and forth. I wanted to bring the question to public to just have the board vote on it in public. Because my impression was I was being told no because we weren't in public. That was the answer I got. I didn't get no because I don't want to send it electronically. So I'm asking the question in public for the board to consider. And if everyone wants to say no, that's fine. I wanted to ask the question in public.
All
I
right,
want
so
to
there's,
chime in here.
oh, go ahead.
Because I was the one who made the point via email that as a new board member facing one of the most important hires that we would have to consider, I felt that it was very important to get as much information as possible to make a more educated decision, not to overstep the superintendent's role or prerogative, but just to become a more informed board member. So just like Megan said, it didn't come from a place of suspicion, just a desire to do a better job. And it's unfortunate that like so many things, this turned into another polarizing moment, but it wasn't meant that way.
I'm calling for a vote. All those in favor for the motion that was mentioned?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
No. So Megan, Wendy, Caroline, yes. No. Lisa, Leslie, Chris, and Carol Seehoff. The motion fails.
You'll give a copy to Lynn, right?
That's why I have it right here. Um,
I have another motion. I'd like to make a motion that the board direct the interim assistant superintendent for finance, the assistant superintendent for finance and operations, or her designee, to issue a request for proposal seeking legal services, including general legal counsel and labor counsel for the 25-26 school year, with such proposals to be received by the business office no later than 10 a.m. on June 11th, 2025.
Can I just have that one?
Motion.
Second.
This is something we
So
discussed before, just as a
All
routine.
right, so Megan, who's
So my
first?
discussion-
Who was first? Was,
think I'm
I motion.
first.
I heard Caroline say, so Megan
second.
Messon, Caroline Fanning. All right, so all those in favor?
Can I just explain? Just quickly, I'm just gonna explain, that last August, September, we discussed going out again at the end of this year. We were in the middle of the ATA negotiations, and we decided to continue with Gercio at the time. we again are in the crux of budgets where we just adopted a budget and things are not great. And I think it's our due diligence to go out as we agreed at the beginning of the year, that we would go out again. And in bringing this motion, it's just a matter of time so that we can do the process and get the proposals in and just make sure that we're proceeding the most financially sound way.
Thank you. So when we did go out, for RFP for legal, and we ended up staying with Gerster and Gerstl. And so now with this coming forward, so with this resolution, so the question is, do we want to go out again? So we went out, it was for 3 years. So we can always go out for RFP every single year if we want. So the question is, do we want to go out for another RFP? Me personally, I don't. We have so many changes taking place already. And I just think moving legal at this point in time, I'm not in support of that, but anyone else can speak up.
Council is appointed annually. It's nothing personal to council. I think it's our due diligence. We had discussed this as a board and everybody was in agreement at that time. So, I mean, people are free to change their minds, but I think it's doing our due diligence, and we have an obligation to the taxpayers to get the best price possible. That's what we are here to do. This is our responsibility. We have responsibility to the taxpayers, and we have to uphold the New York State Constitution.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All those in favor of going out for the RFP for legal?
Aye.
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 So that's Caroline Fanning, Leslie Kretz, Chris Naring, Wendy Canestro, Megan Messon. Carol, were you a yes or no?
Yes.
And I'm the only no. Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. I don't have any others.
Can I have can I do agenda items 3B1 through 5 together?
Motion.
Can you do 1 through 4? Because I have questions on the.
Will it make a decision, would it make an impact on your vote, or do I need to do it separately? Or is it
No,
just,
I'm saying, can you do 1 through 4? Because then I have a question for 5 through 39.
can I have a motion for agenda item 3B1 through 4?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on these items? Mhm. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
My motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 3B5? Can I have a motion for agenda item 3B?
Yeah, a motion, yeah.
Chris Naring, Wendy Canestro, any discussion on this item?
Yes, I did ask,
Just kind of speaking to you, Mike Moore.
I did ask an executive session last year, and in previous years, we have not had a Regents Review administrators in the high school or the middle school. It was clarified to me that for gathering data for the Title I, it maintains to keep the grant. And also, if I'm right, parent contact and emergencies, anything, and also on Saturdays, right? They do work on Saturdays? Okay, thanks.
After school and Saturdays, yes.
I had a couple of questions on this. Regents review should be happening in the classroom, is it?
Regents Review does spiral in the lessons in the class
Okay.
and is supported through after-school intervention and Saturdays.
Okay, so then my next question is, we provide extra help to students. Why isn't Regents Review part of that extra help? Why are we paying a stipend for Regents Review if we already have extra help?
So these positions are funded by Title I, and the intent of the Title I program is to provide extra support for students who are struggling. So our schools are identified as Title I schools because the students are struggling, so the program aligns with that. So we do provide those interventions. They're tiered support. The interventions in the classroom where we spiral support for the Regents exam are the Tier 1 support. The extra help that we provide, Tier 2 support, And then the Regents review would be our tier 3 support.
I don't think I'm understanding. If the kids are coming to extra help for Regents Review, we're already providing extra help. I understand what Title I funding is. If we're already have extra help, why are we paying stipends for Regents Review for after school when there's extra school help?
It's the ability to provide in-depth support. So the extra help is limited to the short period once a week that teachers are able to offer.
Is it different than extra help? Is it in addition to extra help?
It's in addition to extra help.
So the Regents Review, this is just something on its own, separate extra, I'm just trying to understand.
Correct.
So you'll have whatever, extra help Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then Regents is like a Tuesday and Thursday, is that what you're saying?
Well, so each teacher in the high school and the middle school provides 1 day of extra help a week.
Okay.
And then the extra help sessions that are part of the Regents review.
Is it different day?
They are different days. Yes,
Okay.
for sure.
Now, I thought that I read something that the Title I money you're also using for grading the Regents, is that correct, or that's not correct? That's not correct.
Not correct.
We're not using Title I money to pay for grading?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's it then, thanks.
Any other discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion to pull agenda items 3B6 and 3B7, please?
Motion.
Second.
Chris Nairn is first, Caroline Fanning is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I do 3B8 all the way down to 3B48 altogether, or does anyone need anything done separately? So 3B8 to 3B48, can I do them all together, or does anyone need anything done separately?
That's fine.
All together.
Can I have a motion for agenda item 3B8 to 3B48, please?
So moved.
Second.
Carol Seehoff, Megan Messman. Any discussion on any of these items?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
My motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion to amend the agenda items 3B49 to 51 to change the backup information? The annual salary for each agenda item should read $16.50 per hour.
Motion.
Second.
Chris Nairn is first. Megan Messman is second. All those in favor for this amendment of the agenda?
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda items 3B49 to 51?
Motion.
Wendy Canestro, Megan Messman, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I do 3B52 to 3B60 altogether?
Motion.
Second.
I think I heard Caroline Fanning for 3B52 to 3B60. It was Caroline and Chris. Any discussion on any of these agenda items?
No.
Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Can I do agenda items 3C1 and 2 together?
Motion. Second. Wait, I thought you were taking, oh.
Megan Messman, Leslie Kretz, any discussion on any of these items? Seeing and
Guess I would
hearing,
just say that the change order is a deduct. It's a deduct. I just want to say the change order is a deduct, right? Yeah.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion to pull agenda item 3C3, please?
Motion.
Second.
Wendy Canestro, Megan Messon, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda items 3C4 to 3C6, please?
Can we take six separate?
Can I have a motion for agenda item 3C4 to 3C5?
So moved.
Second.
Carol Sehoff, Wendy Canestro. Any discussion on these two agenda items? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 3C6, please?
Motion.
Second.
Caroline Fanning, Chris Naren. Any discussion on this item?
Can I make a motion to table this? Caroline had brought up about the audit committee, which is us, convening so that we could speak to the internal auditor, that we haven't even reviewed their letter to us or their report to us. And this is a corrective action plan. So I think it would benefit the Board of Education, especially in light of the budget, to have a conversation with them to understand what their findings were, rather than just kind of rubber stamp a corrective action plan without taking that step, which I think is our responsibility.
I support that. I was the one who brought it up. You know,
I'm sorry, was there a second? You
Oh,
moved it.
I made the motion. I need somebody to second it.
I'm
Need a
sorry,
second.
second.
So just for clarification, there was a motion on the table for the item, so we have to actually rescind that motion.
No, this is a motion to table. So it's a motion second that put it on the table. This is a motion to table. We just need a motion and a second to table. And
But there was the original motion for that item.
I know,
Okay.
but you made the motion and the second placed it on the table.
Right.
Right now, there's a motion to table it, right?
Okay, so it's
The
Wendy
intervening motion.
Canestro, Caroline Fanning, all those in support of favoring this, tabling this item.
Aye.
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 And maybe we can have them
So
come next
motion's
week.
tabled 7-0. Can I have a motion for agenda item 3D1, please?
Motion.
Second. Caroline Fanning, Carol Sehoff. Any discussion on this item?
I just want to say we didn't have a hard copy of this. We originally got the wrong month for this when it was given to us. And I think it was electronic a couple of days ago. So we didn't have a hard copy. The only thing that I want to say about this is the appropriation status report is through the end of February. We're in the middle of the budget season. It's the end of April. I've said this time and time again, we need updated appropriation status reports. And we don't have it.
All those in favor?
I had a few questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I printed out just, not the entire report, but just the 20 pages of the general fund and was just, looking at deficits. There's quite a few that are for salaries, and I found that surprising because I would have assumed, can I tell you the page? And all right.
Olivia,
Oh,
you just gotta
sorry.
speak to the mic, sorry.
Because people around last year, where we budgeted them, say we budgeted somebody at Northeast and they were moved to Park Avenue. We have to go back and move the salary with them. So we've been doing it as we go along. That's what we are saying.
So if I'm seeing new, like, negative numbers now, that's because you're still moving people around now?
Because we have to do it through payroll and we have
Okay.
to do a budget transfer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then it's late and I'm not gonna go through all of them, but, okay.
Any other discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Can I do 3E, 1A through I altogether?
Motion. Second.
Winnie Canestro, Carol Sehoff. Any discussion on any of these items? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-2. Can I have a motion for agenda item 3E2, please?
Motion.
Chris Naren is first.
Second.
Megan is second. Any discussion on this item?
Yes. I went through the agendas last year. I don't see that this came before the board to vote on, so this is the first time. I'm not sure why this time is different than last year. But I will say that there are several concerns I have about this. This is to approve the reports, the annual reviews. For example, there's 7 students in one special education class that their transportation's being cut. And if a child's entitled to it, they're entitled to it. I think it's a red flag unless it's just some crazy coincidence that all 7 kids somehow just suddenly don't need those buses. Special education is different than general education and their needs and their IEPs and so forth. I am not comfortable approving this. I'm just
Any other
saying,
comments?
wait, I'm sorry, I just want to say that it seems to me in reviewing this that a lot of this is as cost savings and is generalized rather than individual. And because they have similar needs in these classrooms in the same school, it just raises a concern.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item?
So I went through this too, amongst everything else that we were looking at this week. And I just kind of went through and saw that like only a handful of the commentary indicated that the parents agreed. So I was like, wait a minute, we're saying that we're cutting back on services, and there's instances when parents are concerned, and there's only a handful that they're actually agreeing. So I just seems like a red flag to me that are we going to have complaints next year, and are we going to have cases brought forward for the services if we don't? So will it be challenged? But I also was wondering why there is no resolution here. So I guess the resolution is going to say that we accept these.
So the approval is for the limited purposes of funding. The board would really, if you don't approve it, it would be remanded back to the Committee on Special Education. And it may come back up to the Board of Education in the same form. The requirement that there be a board approval of the CSE recommendations is for funding purposes. It's not actually to make a determination as to the services that are recommended.
But if we voted no and it went back to the Committee for Special Education, like I said, like all these kids getting cut transportation in one class, I mean, that's some coincidence that all of a sudden they don't need it. So if we voted no, can it go back to the Director of Special Education to review further? Because I mean, if I'm saying yes, that means, wow, I mean, how do I say yes to something that I think is not okay?
So I'm not saying you have to say yes or don't have to
No,
say
I'm
yes.
just
I'm
saying-
just saying that the effect of a board rejecting a CSE recommendation does not actually disapprove it. It just sends it back down, and the CSE might make the same recommendation that, and it may come back up for the Board of
Okay,
Education
so-
for funding. The CSE has to make an individual determination with respect to each student and their needs and what's appropriate. So the board can reject it, but I'm just saying it doesn't just die. It just goes, it doesn't, that's not the impact of a board saying no. It's actually remanded back to the CSE.
Well, this wasn't even up for approval last year for the Board of Education. I went through every single agenda. So why is this year
I don't know
why this year is
I
it
don't know
permitted?
why, but it is part of
Well,
part
some
of this.
districts do it and some don't.
Well, it should
We
be
are
approved.
moving in compliance. And so it's here because it's a part of the responsibility. So we're moving in compliance. And also, if we remember in this particular department, there were some decisions that may not have gone through layers of discussion and verification of what is actually needed. And so as we are taking these situations case by case, CSEs are making decisions accordingly, first and foremost with this best interest of the students in mind.
But I guess my point to the special education transportation being cut for like one class, all these kids in one class, it seems that it's programmatic. It's not individualized. That's what my concern is. I mean, I could talk offline with you because I don't want to get into detail that, to give any identifying information. So my question to you, just so that I understand it, if we reject it, it goes back to CSE.
Yes.
And if the concerns are shared with Dr. Talbert, she could go back to the chair to say, review this or not, and they could they could possibly amend it or they can possibly not.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It would go
Okay.
back to the CSE, it would be reconsidered, it might come back in the same way it's presented to you now, it might be different.
Right, it may or may not,
Yeah.
but at least if we have the conversation, they could review it.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 All those opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed. Okay, wait a second. I have Wendy, Megan, Chris, and myself for yes. So now, I'm sorry, Leslie, Chris, Lisa for yes. I have Wendy, Megan for no. So I haven't. Carol, yes. Caroline,
I'm opposed.
motion passes 4-3. Can I have a motion for agenda item 3F1, please?
Motion.
Second.
Winnie Canestro, Chris Naren. Any discussion of this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 7-0. Can I have a motion to pull agenda item 3F2, please?
Motion.
Second.
Chris Naren, Winnie Canestro. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carries 7-0. Any old and new business?
I just have one item for new
Oh,
business.
wait a second.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I just have one item for new business. A couple of parents have brought this concern to me and I wanted to bring it up. That summer school is contingent on a student's attendance and also accommodating schedule changes is contingent on a student's attendance. It seems punitive. I think if we're here to help children and they're not meeting the requirements, or I can understand that you're trying to get them to attend school, but I could guarantee that no kid wants to go to summer school. Like nobody wants to spend their summer in summer school. So I am concerned that summer school is not being offered for some students. And also, I have heard from several parents that when they ask for a schedule change to accommodate the student, whether well, there's two other issues. If they want to accommodate a schedule to move a class or something, what's being said, this is at the high school I'm talking, that they're being told, well, let's see how you do in your attendance and then we'll see, we'll work it out. And these conversations are happening with the parents and the students. I think it's pretty punitive. I think that we should try to work to help the students be successful. And if a student already knows that if they can't get to a certain class on time or something, or they want to move a class, that we should try to work with students. And the last thing that somebody brought up is they're saying in this district that your senior schedule has to be completely stacked. You have to have every period full, which I don't understand. If kids have free periods, I mean, this happens all the time. A kid might have the first period and the last period free. And especially for kids that are struggling, if they only need 6 classes to graduate, why would we impose on them taking extra classes with more homework to make it more challenging and more difficult? I just think we're in the business of educating children and helping children and not putting obstacles in front of children. So maybe Dr. Talbert could speak to this and maybe there could be some adjustment here. Because I think that we should try to help where we can and not be in order like a quid pro quo. You have to do this to get this. I mean, let's try and help the kids out and work with them or work with the families.
Thank you, Trustee Canestro, for your concern. I'll ask Ms. Stevens to reply. I know she's been working very closely with Principal Cardone around summer school and ensuring that students do have accountability to come to school and get the required seat time in order to be eligible for summer school. And she could speak to the scheduling changes and perhaps senior schedules.
Thank you.
So starting with attendance for summer school, the board policy indicates that credit can be denied by a principal if the student has 24 or more absences. So currently the state defines chronically absent students as having 18 absences or more. the high school does look at attendance and determines whether a student has received enough of the course material through their attendance over the course of the school year, whether that 6-week summer school is going to be enough for them to actually master the content for that. All seniors are permitted to attend summer school, so they're not being held back from graduation. The schedule change, there is an add drop period and deadline. I will look into something
you.
about attendance. I don't know anything about that. And senior schedule, there is a policy that allows for a truncated schedule for seniors if they can prove that they're working. I don't know if you're suggesting things like study halls. We would
No,
have to
but
look into.
I guess like my question is, I have 3 kids that went to school. My kids had off periods. I mean, and I just don't understand why we're doing that. If they're able to have an off period, for them to work, and then the other thing that I just want to go back to what you said. You said that they wouldn't be eligible for summer school if they had 24 absences, but then you said all seniors are able to go to summer school. So this is actually a senior parent that told me this, that their child was told they can't go to summer school.
So I'll follow up on that, but that has not been the practice.
Okay, so I was super concerned hearing that, so thank you for following up on that. As far as the scheduling and kids just having an off period, I mean, sometimes kids want to sleep late, they might not schedule the first period, or they might not schedule the last period to go home early. Why is that a problem here? Why wouldn't we allow that? Is there some policy that says they can't do that, or is that just something we're implementing?
So I would have to double check. I did think it was the board policy that a truncated schedule was only possible if a student could document that they were working. I will double check.
Okay, maybe we
I
could
know
just.
that wasn't always the case, so that must have changed at some point, or it just wasn't being enforced 20 years ago.
Yeah, I think that we want kids to have a good experience, and everything is just so tough here. There's so many obstacles. It doesn't have to be all these obstacles. So maybe the policy committee, if you find that policy, can you let us know? And maybe the board can, the policy committee can review that. Thank you so much. Oh, and one other thing I had, as far as the transportation committee, now that we learned our lesson about committees, can we have, I know Nate is super thorough. Maybe he can, because I think he was even working on a policy. Can he provide parameters for a transportation committee to come to the board for us to review, to give input? And then we didn't talk about how we're moving forward with the mascot or not. Are we going to have another committee formed or not? I think it just has to go through the same avenues that we did with the budget committee, where the board is reviewing it and giving our input and to make sure that it goes smoothly.
Well, what I didn't bring it up earlier, Caroline did. As far as what we're doing going forward with the mascot and just being generic for a year or two. As far as cost savings, and that way we can try to have a better process going forward where we're still getting the voices of the students, but it's made sure that a more accepted process, put it that way.
I'm not inclined to rush, just let the dust settle for a bit.
What's the requirement by June 30th that we're just moving towards removing the
Yeah.
mascot? So the requirement,
Removing. We have to remove the imagery.
just, okay, so all we have to do by June, John looks like he wants to weigh in on this.
The
then.
imagery, anything that has warriors on it, we have to remove that by June 30th. So anything that has warriors has to come off. So, the A letter could stay. But anything that has warriors on it if we have a headdress, anything that has to come off.
But we also have uniforms to order, so we need to decide quickly, if we're going to do the A or we're going to do tied or we're going to do whatever.
Well, I think the A is easy, and a lot of teams are already doing that. They have been, not knowing what the situation was going to be. I mean, I know the cheer team, but I think I've seen other pictures of other teams where it's A,
Yeah, I
Amityville,
know.
generic.
Mr. Farkas has been forecasting for this and been, as you said, ordering uniforms, eliminating the figurehead, and then reducing the warrior wording.
Do you have any that still need to be changed to the A?
I think
They all have
Or
the,
they all-
have the A, it's just a matter of if it's the A and
Warriors.
Amityville or the A and Warriors.
Oh, is there a way to determine how many team uniforms we have to change? Because we would have to change it, because didn't the governor say like they could be fined if somebody wears imagery? Remember
Yeah.
that when that first came out?
I
We
think
don't want to
we-
be fined.
I think we did look at, I don't remember the amount last year, but there was money that was allocated for uniforms and I'd rather just, I'd rather just slow it down, you know what I mean? And but it may end up being a double cost, you know what I mean? So if we're just gonna do something with an A on it in Amityville until we can figure out exactly what we're gonna do instead of going back out and rushing along and trying to find a new name and a new image.
But on top of that, maybe we should need to come up with some kind of a letter to send out to the task force, specifically the students. Kinda-
And the community, because it was announced that we
Well,
have a
I
name.
mean, just specifically, maybe apologizing that we're not accepting what they came up with.
The
right,
board,
like-
the board would have to develop that letter.
Right. Because yes, we did ask them to do it. They did come up with with the name.
The superintendent can do it on behalf of the board.
But I think we're the ones, the board
I
should
think
do it.
that's on us.
Yeah, I think it's on us. It's us.
We sign it.
No, I think we need to actually come up with a letter.
Right, so
So
go, go,
I'm just, are you eliminating the name?
what name? Which one? Warriors? Your warriors are gone.
The Warriors, so you're eliminating the name and all of the,
But I don't think we did a motion for that. Should we do a motion tonight to eliminate the name? It was
we did
just
it.
adopt the
We
new
did it
name.
already.
tomorrow.
We've done that already.
Oh, we,
okay.
We did that already.
oh, we did?
Yeah,
We
that was
did now.
before, yeah.
Okay.
we did, yeah. So Warriors is gone. No more Warriors.
When was that? Last year?
That was last year. Yeah.
So should we go around just to see what everybody wants to do, how to move forward or not? I
Well,
know
that-
some
that's-
people weighed in.
That's what I was getting ready to try to do was that, because Caroline had said the A and then Chris Neeren said that sounds like a good idea. I said, you know what, I kind of like that idea as well to slow it down. So I haven't heard from Carol,
That's good.
Megan,
I agree.
Wendy and Leslie.
I'm okay with the A, but I would like to move on at some point and decide fairly. I know.
That's good for the meanwhile.
Very difficult, very, very difficult.
Right, so it looks like Megan, I didn't hear from Megan on.
Sure, I'm okay with it. I want to be in compliance, so June 30th that we're removing warriors, I guess.
Yeah,
If we order uniforms, it has an A, sure.
and Wendy.
Yeah, the A is fine. I agree with Leslie, though. At some point, we can't just skirt the issue. We gotta address it. It's easy to kick the can down the road, but we're elected for a reason. I mean, we have to make tough decisions sometimes.
Okay, any other old and new business? Anyone else?
Well, Wendy just asked about the transportation committee too, so.
Oh, yeah, you did mention it, when there was, for the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee, when that committee was formed and the guidelines were, put together, it did come before the board to take a look at it. So you're just saying just for the same process to
Yeah.
go?
I think what happened was, Carl presented it to us, we reviewed it. I think everybody gave their comments. He did it again until it was fine. So I think this way we're involved in it and we could kind of set the parameters of what we want to see on there. Just for review, yeah.
So just a quick, go ahead, Dr. Tubb, go ahead.
Just asking for a point of clarity. Is this a board-appointed committee? The Transportation Committee came out of an administrative thrust, and it was posted by the Coordinator of Transportation. It did not initially start as a board-appointed committee. So I am asking, is it the board's desire to convert it
Yeah.
to a board-appointed committee? And we have to kind of really,
What's the significance of the
because we have, yes, we have lots of administrative committees. For example, we had Digital Literacy Committee, we have Curriculum Advisory Committee, we have Health and Safety Committee, we have several committees that are just administratively established and has various stakeholders on those committees that help inform administrative decisions. And then the board at reorg approved 2 board-appointed committees. One was health and safety, maybe it was more than 2.
It was wellness and policy.
Yes, and audit.
And I just think it gives oversight to the committee, and because we have community members and transportation is one of our biggest ticket items and it's a hot topic, I think oversight is not a bad thing, just to.
I'm just asking for clarity. CBAC was a board-appointed committee with a charge from the board. And they reported, their minutes came back to the board. A chairperson was appointed in the person of Mr. Frazier and then evolved to Ms. Buatsi. That's different from how administrative committees are run and facilitated. So I'm asking for clarity because it did not start out as a board-appointed committee. It started as a result of a cabinet discussion around let's be inclusive and available and accessible to the community because there were a lot of concerns around transportation.
Yeah, the committee's a good idea.
So if it's an administrative committee, I'm just asking for clarification, then that way there still could be board members on that committee, correct? I'm just asking for clarification. Okay. Yeah, because if we have the other committees where there are board members on.
But we have
if-
no
if we-
board members on the budget committee. We just get we get the minutes and we get the presentation. So couldn't it
right.
be the same, similar to that?
But the board, we can go any direction we want to go with the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. That was a committee that the board established. So it was a board committee. And in that establishing the board committee, there was no members on the board. We wanted it just to be the community members to be on the board when we established that particular committee. So going back to Dr. Talbert's statement, what does the board want to do? Do we want to leave it as an administrative committee for transportation? I'm just using that terminology, and have maybe board member on that committee? Or do we, if it's a board committee, that means we have to come up with the charge, the guidelines and everything. So that becomes a question. Do we want to do that or do the other way?
Can't
So-
Nate do it and then give it to us for review, just as Carl Frazier did about the budget committee? He's the expert on
Nate-
transportation.
Nate-
Let him come up with it.
Nate,
That's
it
review.
would have to go through Dr. Talbot?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
Dr. Talbot in conjunction with Nate.
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay, sure.
So what does the board want to do?
I support doing it that way because I feel like it was really nice. It is nice to see members of the Community Advisory Budget Committee here actively engaged. And it seemed like that was the whole concept behind the Transportation Committee. So to have another committee with community involvement, that's different than the administrative committees that you described, understandably so, because not everyone from the community needs to be involved. But I can tell it's more work. I don't say that lightly, but I think it does a lot for bridging the gap, the divide between, inside the school buildings and out to the community. And transportation certainly affects more than just district students. So I support that.
I support
I'm
that
sorry
as
for the
well.
more work.
Would it be a committee just for 1 year?
Involvement.
I think I'm going
I'm asking for clarity, supported as a
as a
board
board
committee?
appointed committee.
Okay.
Yes.
Community involvement.
So if it's a board appointed committee, it's a committee that's appointed on an annual basis. I'm just,
Yeah, and we would have the opportunity if we want to reappoint people, right, maybe at the reorg meeting, or I don't know, when do you do this? The reorg, I would think that we do this.
I agree. We need a motion or?
What are you saying, John?
I mean, you just need a charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
So,
we have to make a motion, like I make a motion to make this a board committee, the transportation committee, because now it has to be a vote?
so my recommendation would be to bring it with a charge, right? So when you create the committees,
way
and it's
to
a
adopt
board
the
committee,
Talbot.
there's usually a charge that goes with the, how the committee is constituted and what the charge is for the committee.
Oh, I think that's what we did with the budget committee, is where it
Yes.
came to us, we reviewed it, then we okayed it, then we adopted it,
Yeah.
and then
I-
we went
I
for
would use the same process.
Okay. All right, any other old and new business?
I had a family ask me, is LOT happening this summer? This is one. So currently, there are no plans for this summer, but we do anticipate a little bit of a surplus. So we're just looking to see whether we can extend any form of summer services based on what we think will be left over from the spring session. Thank you.
Okay. Can I take any community input at this time?
Good evening, Matt Grace, 85 Craig Road, Islip Terrace. First, I just want to say to the two students that got up here earlier, Jesus and Michael, President and Vice President of Student Government, democratically elected by their peers. I thought they did an amazing job advocating for their classmates, not their beliefs, but their classmates. Now, I have been in Amityville for 17 years. It's a second home to me at this point, but I did not go to this school. I did not play for this school. I don't live in the community. I really don't have any skin in the game as far as the mascot goes. It doesn't matter to me. There's more important things that I'm worried about with my students. However, I do teach 2 college-level government classes. I teach advanced placement, U.S. government and politics. I teach Syracuse University Project Advanced Public Policy. I teach participation in government, and I teach United States history and government. And I feel my job as an educator is to teach my students about the democratic system, to teach them how to use their voice, and to empower them to use their voice and use their vote to shape the world in whatever way that they see fit. I don't care what they think. That's up to them. That's a personal choice. I feel that way about everybody. I don't really have any skin in the game as far as the process to decide how a mascot was chosen. It's not my place to be involved in that, and I was not involved in any of it, so I just want full disclosure there. But I did sit here at a board meeting over a month ago and hear this board decide to allow the students to decide what they wanted. I sat here and heard the board decide to let all students across the district, from elementary to secondary, to make that choice. And then I saw Michael and Jesus, again, just as an outside observer, rooting them on, using their voice, exercising their democracy, put together a fair and democratic process. They presented it to their peers. An opportunity was given to the whole school to vote. Some chose to do it, some didn't. That's democracy. We have an average of 60% of eligible voters who come out and vote in a presidential election. If you don't come out and vote, you had a choice, that's on you. The students chose the Hawks. Again, doesn't matter to me whatsoever. But now I have to go into class tomorrow morning and face my students and explain to them that everything that I told them about empowerment and voice and exercising democracy was wrong, because it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, you heard from them, regardless of what they chose, and you decided that because you didn't like it, that it was time to get rid of it. I have to tell my students tomorrow that everything that I worked so hard for to prepare them for the real world is not true. How am I supposed to explain that to them? This was such a great opportunity. I just want to say that I am disappointed, not in the choice of the mascot, because I don't care. I'm disappointed that you took away the democratic process, the lessons that we try to instill as teachers, and you took away the student voices.
Stephanie Andrews, Am. Sorry, I gotta take this out. I could use it to hear the Zoom, believe it or not. I just have a few questions. The seniors, you said they're not held back from graduating. They're always allowed to have summer school. Are they walking for their diploma without the required credits?
No, we do
So
not.
they would not then walk, but they
Correct.
can obviously take summer school after. Okay,
Correct.
that's one thing. So I didn't bring a pen, so I had to text myself. Also, I have a question about the bus mileage proposition that's up for a vote. Once it passes, if it passes, does that mean the window for the parents to apply for a bus for their student in that new radius is reopened? Because as of April 1 is the deadline for the upcoming year. Well, the April 1 deadline had a 15-mile radius. And I would venture to say most parents know the radius once their kids are at that high school level and know they don't qualify. And they're not going to fill out a form that they know they're going to get denied. So they probably haven't even applied in the past, even though they might have been beyond. Now you're going to have, and I find it hard to believe it's only 8 schools in that additional 2-mile radius, because this includes pre-K to 12 and special ed till they're 21, as long as they're not going to a special ed school. So that's a whole nother issue. But I like to know, is that window reopened now? Because you are including it in this upcoming academic year. So the parents who didn't apply in that beyond 15, because the proposition is going, if it passes, it's going to be for the 25-26 school year, right? Starting September. But the deadline to apply was April 1st. So that's passed. Does that window reopen? That's
John?
actually a legal question.
John, does the window reopen?
Yeah, I would think it does.
Because the deadline
No.
was, no, it does not. Okay. So, okay. So no, it does not reopen.
Okay. And let's just be clear, when you say the community was notified, I believe you want us to infer the residents. I've lived here over 40 years. I have 2 homes. My son lives in one with his children. He never got it, and he's a former Amityville football player. I never got a letter. Everyone my son spoke to, former teammates, residents, never got it. I spoke with numerous current residents, never got it. So I don't know what community you are claiming was involved. Social media is not involving the community. We get notifications from the school, we get the calendar, we get everything else in the mail. I think a letter notifying the community that you were considering a choice of names, and clearly the Hawks wasn't even in the one of them. I don't think that's an accurate assessment of how the community was involved, unless you mean some other community, because maybe you mean the public school community, because I know when the St. Martin's principal got up, we never got the letter, neither did he. Someone gave it to him about come to the board meeting. We never got it. I'm a taxpayer. And as far
So-
as interviewing the administrative position below the level of superintendent,
Just wrap up
there
your
is
point.
precedent for that. It was done in this district under Dr. Pierre. It involves staff as well as residents, not one candidate, multiple candidates. It's done in other districts, and there is precedent for a board to want to do that, especially at a high-level administrative position. And clearly, this employee doesn't care what those girls had to say about that name, the Hawk. I can't wait for the first time there's a game and those smart aleck middle school kids who thought this was funny start yelling out that phrase, and it's on the front page of every newspaper in the country, because that's exactly what's going to happen. So that is the reason why you should be rejecting, and I'm glad the board did reject it, because that is something we will never be able to overcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Peel again. I want to go back to the CBAC.
You can just lift the mic up, please. So there-
I want to go back to the CBAC discussion that you guys just had like 10 minutes ago. I think part of the reason, and I know I'm the only board, CBAC, member
Oh.
in the room, aside from Olivia. Oh, did I miss it? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed it. Okay, well, anyway, we're getting back to that. I don't think there should be a board member on the next CPAC committee, the next transportation committee. I think it worked very well with an advisor, first Carl Frazier, then Olivia Barazzi. Okay, and we got a lot of good information that way. But I think having an actual board member would intimidate everybody else, to think that, okay, maybe it's not quite fair, maybe we're trying to tilt the scales. We didn't want that, and we didn't get it, thank God. Okay, and the second thing, okay, I wouldn't have picked the Hawks either. I would have went for like the Tide at a, Crimson Tide. Ideally, if the state of New York dumped this piece of garbage on us, that it had to be changed at all. And, you've made your decision, okay, you didn't accept the mascot, and I get it. However, I don't want to be a fly in the wall when you have to tell your kids and everybody else has to tell the kids that their voice didn't count. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. First, I just want to begin, I want to thank the board for showing due diligence and interest in issues that concern all of us. As a community resident and as an educator, I think that sometimes you get a chance to see things from a panoramic view. But within that, I think that we need to restructure sometimes how we approach matters that should be left to the educators to handle. Not to sound condescending, because we do want to collaborate, right? It is necessary to show concern and it is appreciated. However, we do have people who are certified professionals whereby they are being paid to render decisions collaboratively. And when we take so much time and we are here almost every board meeting to this hour talking about things that could have been quickly rectified at the school level, leaves one to question what is the agenda when you constantly question things that we have a qualified superintendent and have to trust that she and the leaders of the school district will be sensitive and will be responsible in ensuring that a collaborative effort is implemented to ensure that the voices are heard. Okay? When it comes to regents and having to provide additional services, that is something that you definitely do want. You want to do that in addition to having extra help. Why? Because regents exams are high stakes tests that impact the grading or our ranking on the state's report card. And because of trauma and a litany of issues, kids across America are just not doing as well as in years past on high stakes testing. So the goal, until the graduation requirements change, which is going to happen in 2027, where we will be shifting to a portrait of a graduate, you want to close this window out to best ensure that we get as many kids over the hump. I'm asking the board to please respect the educators that are in place and their decision-making in making critical decisions to ensure that the best practices, everything is not policy. If I can just claim a minute, everything is not always policy, but sometimes educators have to do things based on best practices. And it is a best practice to offer additional regents help. Finally, when it comes to hiring, again, no one is saying that you should not have to go through resumes. I agree to a certain extent that this is a high stakes position and you want engagement, you want to ensure. But to also suggest that a doctor in place is not capable, and this may not have been the intention, but this is how it is being perceived by the community. And perception needs to be reevaluated. She and her staff are capable of going through the initial steps of seeing who needs to take over in this role, especially in this highly sensitive environment. And then when the candidates are narrowed down, to present them to the board. Is it necessarily a policy or can it be amended? Perhaps, maybe, but the question is why? There are so many districts that do it this way. Most districts do not have boards of education this involved. And it's crippling sometimes as an educator when you cannot make decisions because you are afraid that every time you try to move a school forward, you're going to run into unnecessary barriers. And areas that
Just wrap
should,
it up for me, please.
sure,
Thank
sure,
you.
areas that need barriers, all of a sudden, we don't put up barriers. Seniors, yes, in the past, when I was in high school, I had free periods. We also had open campuses. We were allowed to go out to lunch. That was more than 20 and 30 years ago. We are in different times. So in these times, as educational researchers, we have learned in our steps to improve education, it is not a best practice to allow students to have free periods.
So I'm gonna
So
just, I
in
just have to,
closing,
yeah, thank
in
you,
closing,
thank you.
in
you.
closing, these
wrap.
decisions are made for the best interest of keeping students safe, from keeping them from getting into trouble, and at the same time, for pushing them for academic excellence. We don't want them to settle for mediocrity, and this is why we don't arbitrarily allow truncated schedules any longer. So it's not to create a barrier. We have to be the adults, and sometimes when you leave kids to have too much freedom too early, you set them up to make wrong decisions and they end up in mischief. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to, I can't.
Hi, Margaret Chuff, Amityville. I just have a question. Warriors is not an indigenous name. I understand the imagery for the Warriors is an Indian Indian nation or whatever. But my question is, at what point did Kathy Hochul say the Warriors was indigenous? Because it's not. So what if you kept the Warriors and changed the imagery? Why is Warriors, it's not.
We're not, we went through this before and we're not allowed to keep warriors.
But
I understand what you're
should
saying.
we send Kathy Hochul a dictionary?
But it's not our decision. It's not our decision. It's something that we tried to do. We wanted to keep warriors and just remove the imagery.
And just change the imagery.
Right,
Which
because
would be a simple
felt,
fix.
we felt that warriors has so many different meanings.
Correct, I agree.
So, but what has happened that it's out of our hands, and we're not
court
the
doesn't
only district that still has that has only
Wantor's Warriors, actually.
Exactly. So it's out of our hands, and unless something changes in the state of New York, right now Warriors is out.
I feel like it might change.
It may
Well,
change.
there
I
was
think
just
there's
a
a lot of
court decision too.
There's a lot going on right now.
Yeah, it may
And-
change.
But yeah, so I just wanted to know what constituted Warriors as being indigenous because it's just not. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, Francis O'Brien, 684 Bohemia Parkway, Sable. As a social studies teacher in the Amityville district for the past 21 years, most of which I spent as a 7th grade American history teacher, one of the most important pieces of content I teach my students is the United States Constitution, Articles 1 through 7, as well as the Bill of Rights and the other amendments. Whenever a question comes up about how a government is supposed to work or how democracy works, I always direct my students back to what I feel the 3 most important words. The first 3, we the people. One part of that democratic process is for students to be able to speak freely. be part of this process, to vote, to have their voices heard. And I stress them, there are many countries in the world today where they do not have that privilege. But with that privilege comes the responsibility. My function as a teacher is not to teach your children what to think, but how to think. Look at the data, evaluate it, look at it from multiple perspectives, question it. When you get information, data, you have to get it from multiple sources of information. You just can't take it from one source. I tell them at least 3 to verify that there's at least an alignment there, at least has something in common, and you can work with that. What are they to think now? They participate in a democratic process where their input was valued, or so they were told. And if I recall correctly, the data shows that Hawk was the #1 choice in all the buildings except one. Also, the point that was made by the female students who came and spoke is a valid point. However, we need to verify that the majority of students actually voted for that reason, stating that it was a silly joke on their part. I do not believe that has been done. This was a 2-year process. Now, after all the work and input, you decide to negate the election results, you will continue to promote a culture of division and mistrust within this district. And to be fair, in an election, somebody wins and somebody loses. Tonight, everyone lost.
Thank you. All right, at this point in time, we're gonna close out the, community input, and Dr. Talbot's gonna do her superintendent report.
Okay. Can we have some assistance with the PowerPoint really quickly? We promise we'll have you out before midnight. So thank you for celebrating our staff and students with us this month. Okay. Okay. The week of April 7th was Assistant Principals Week, and we celebrated our assistant principals and thanked them for the great work that they do at all of our buildings throughout the district. We celebrated World Autism Awareness Day on April 2nd. Everyone wore blue. We're very excited about some of our autism awareness family nights that are coming. Our autistic students do a wonderful job throughout the district. And next year, we are opening 2 additional classes. Well, that's our crew. We were standing in anticipation of the unveiling of the mascot that day. And then, of course, there were top stories that hit around the new mascot name. And then the students used those 4 pictures. They voted on the Storm, the Tide, the Cardinals, and the Hawks. And there are some of our students through Mr. Grice's broadcasting club who were facilitating the video. We had recent school visits to Miss Maria Ramirez's class where she was reviewing the quadratic formula in her Algebra 1 class at the high school. It was a great lesson. Students were engaged, and we all had a great refresher. We also visited Miss Dawn, Miss Sarachi's class, History of Race and Ethnicity. That was a very rich discussion around World War II. The students were engaged in research projects, turn and talks, dialogue. They could tell you in great detail what they were learning about and studying. We also visited Park Elementary educator, Ms. Trish Camarado, and in the class was Ms. Millar and Ms. Braylon Marrow. They were having a wonderful time engaging with the students. They were using their technological devices to communicate to their teachers. Rich discussions were taking place with the principal and the young fellow in the middle had put the whole puzzle together quickly, took it apart, and put it right back together. He knew all 50 states. We enjoyed Legally Blonde, Hands Up, 10 Toes Down. The musical was phenomenal. And we also had a chance to enjoy some of Ms. Santos's delicious cooking. And we had some inductees into the Rho Kappa Social Studies Honor Society induction. We were invited to give remarks to the student scholars. Parents were in attendance. It was a wonderfully run program. As you can see, Jesus Barrios, who was here tonight, who's also our valedictorian, he was one of the presiders at the induction. Most recently, Chancellor King reached out to us and he visited the high school. He and Jesus also had another conversation, both having, Jesus is attending Harvard and the chancellor had attended Harvard, and they were engaged in a really great conversation. We had Assembly Member Kwani O'Farrell's Chief of Staff, Mr. Byron McCray, who came out to greet the chancellor. They had been working together in Albany, and the principal was there along with the assistant to the chancellor as well. All of those students talked about their experience with the FOSFA. Some had great experiences, some needed some support. Guidance counselors were on hand, and there was a very rich discussion with the chancellor about how the process of applying for your FOSFA can be improved. So we were very impressed with the president of the class, Adonis, who led the discussion and ripped off about 10 quick questions. And the chancellor was taking great notes, and he said he would take his feedback to SUNY and take into account all of the information our student scholars shared with him. So this is just a little bit of our superintendent's report for the months of last part of March and April. Thank you for indulging us, and we look forward to greater days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Talbot. Can I have a motion to adjourn at 11:46, please?
Motion.
Second.
Ms. Nairn, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.